All right. Testing one, two. Okay. We're ready to go. Welcome back to Cool Beans Hot Stuff, everybody. This is going to be Mental Health Mondays. And this is my first Monday back from a nice long break, a week long break. I'm pretty stoked to be back. This is also our first day streaming at 11 a.m., which is kind of a new change around here. We're going to try this out, see if I can get any more followers, anybody to watch. Twitch analytics, especially, had more viewers to channel ratio at 11 a.m. So I figured I would go ahead and try that out. Do it. Come up here and stream for you guys when I'm fresh eyed, bushy tailed, and just got a good breakfast in me and see if the stream is a better quality when I do that. So we're giving that a try. That's going to be a first for today. And this is also my first day streaming on X, Twitter. So that's pretty cool. Got a whole lot of firsts going on today, right? So it's a brand new day, a lot of uncomfortable territory here. I also just shaved my beard completely off. My used to have a beard like that, big old Santa Claus beard, and it's completely gone now. So it's a doing a whole lot of new stuff today, right? So it should be good. It's going to be fun. I still haven't quite gotten streaming on X down, so we're just going to fucking wing it and see if it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And if it does, then hooray, that's awesome. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But, anyways, I hope all of you who end up jumping on the stream are having a good day so far. Cutie Pie, I know you're out there watching me, so I hope you're having fun doing your crocheting or whatever you're doing. That's my Cutie Pie that's watching. She's my number one fan. She's here every day, so always appreciate her support. I appreciate the support of anybody who might be watching on X or Twitch. And if you're seeing this video on YouTube, I hope you enjoy it. And if you do and you enjoy the content, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel for content just like this. You can also come over and join me now on Twitch or X for my live streams to come in and hang out with me and my Cutie Pie and chat and bullshit while I'm going over all of this stuff. Here soon to be on YouTube. Also, I think I have to wait a whole month, 24 days, before YouTube will let me stream on there. So, here in a month or so ish, I should be able to stream on YouTube and you can catch my content there. But in the meantime, you can always find these videos on the Cool Beans Hot Stuff YouTube channel if you ever miss the streams. And yeah, so this will be there probably by the end of the day. Okay. So what are we talking about today? Well, I mean, if you're live, then you've probably seen the title of the channel. I think unless you're on X, I still haven't figured out how to put a title on X and make it stick. So if somebody's watching on X, they probably don't know what the fuck is going on, but that's okay. I'm here to tell you that. So what's going on is we're going to be talking about goals today. I believe the title of the stream, I called it The Importance of Goal Setting, and we're definitely going to be going over that. As you can see on the stream, we already have pulled up 12 plus benefits of setting goals. So we're definitely going to be talking about the benefits of goal setting. But we're also going to be diving into some very useful strategies for goal setting, how to set your goals, how to structure your goals to the best of your ability to make them more achievable. We're also going to be talking about a couple different strategies, like reverse goal setting is going to be on the list. We're going to be talking about choosing the correct why to your for why you would want to set a specific goal for yourself. That is important. And then I got a couple of tips for you. Got a whole bunch of videos that we're going to go over. Here's Mr. Chris Williamson. I don't know if any of you guys have checked out his YouTube channel. It's a good YouTube channel for stuff like this. So we're definitely going to be going over to him. I got some of my own tips for you, some more tips over here, just all kinds of tips. You guys are going to get sick of tips by the end of the day, right? So, yeah, we got a lot to go over today, all in the vein of how to set goals. So, when it comes to the topic of goal setting, it kind of feels like, yeah, just a tip, just a lot of tips, Cutie Pie. So, when it comes to the topic of goal setting, there's nothing new under that's been said under the sun, really. Everybody's kind of covered everything there is to say. You know, when we're about to go through 12 plus benefits of goal setting, and I guarantee you've heard probably every single one of these at some point in your life. But as much of as many people out there have probably heard of goal setting or why it's important to goal set and the benefits of goal setting and this, that, and the other thing, all the things. Oh, it's alarming how many people have never actually been showed a good process for setting goals. So you're like, okay, I understand, Tony. I need to set fucking goals and shit. Right, I get it. You, my mom, my dad, my fucking dog, all of y'all have told me that I need to set goals. Okay, so I get it. Leave me alone, and I'll set my goals. But it's crazy how we don't take time out of high school, would probably be where I think the best place to actually start teaching people how to appropriately set your goals. Nobody showed me in high school. There was no fucking high school class on how to appropriately set goals and the correct way to just think about it, which there is. You don't think there is. It's one of those things where you think, okay, I just say, I'm going to do this and then I fucking do it. What's the big deal? Like, why do y'all need to sit here and waste 2 hours of my day talking about it? And well, it's not just that I love to hear myself talk, because that's a part of the reason too, but because there is a correct way to go about it or a better way to go about it. There's not one exclusive correct way to go about setting your goals. There's a lot of different ways you can go about setting your goals. Some ways are better than others. That's a reality of it, right? It's just like any other process in the world. Some ways you can choose to go about it are very beneficial. Others are going to make it harder on you, much harder than it needs to be. So I'm here to try to make it easy on you. I'm here to try to make goal setting easy on you, make your life a lot easier, and make your goals more achievable. That's what the goal is for the end of this stream today. See, we're already setting our goals. We're already halfway there, right? So, yeah, it blows my mind that we don't go over this shit in high school. Maybe some people did. I'm sure some of y'all went to like some super awesome high schools out there and learned how to set your goals the correct way. And this is all useless information to you. Maybe I still contend that there's going to be information in here that would help and benefit you whenever it comes to this subject. Yeah, you've heard so many people talk about it, and everything that can be said about it has been said about it, but that doesn't mean you've heard everything that there is to say about it. And usually whenever I end up having this conversation with people in my life, there's always something else that I learn about it, right? So there's always something new to learn here, and this is an important subject matter. It is, it's a big part of your life. If you can't set goals for yourself and achieve them, we don't need to get into all the studies. We're about to get into some aspects of it right here, but if you can't set goals for yourself, man, you're gonna have a real hard time in this world. You are not gonna accomplish jack shit, buddy boy. So, your mom, me, your dog, we were all right. And bitching at you about how to set goals. It's a real deal. And it blows my fucking mind that we don't talk about this in high school. Like, we spend so much time in high school learning about tectonic fucking plates. And I suppose that's good. I think it's more important if, you live where there's like a shit ton of earthquakes. Now you know why the building's falling down on top of you, and that's important. But, you know, tectonic plates, how many of us need to know that or give a fuck about what those are? I don't even know all the weed that I've smoked in my life. I'm impressed that I still know what the fuck a tectonic plate is. And here's the thing, it's never helped me once in my goddamn life. It really fucking hasn't. There was one time when I was building a recording studio that I needed to find like the square area of floorage for wood floors, and I had to pick up the Pythagorean theorem. Does anybody remember the Pythagorean theorem? What is that? Geometry? Some shit like that? I don't think it's trigonometry. It's geometry. Whatever. It's like some kind of like math shit. And yeah, there was one time in my fucking life that I needed to learn that I needed to know the Pythagorean theorem. And I had forgotten it. Even all the time we spent in geometry or whatever high school class that was, didn't matter because I had forgotten it. And it was all okay because I just looked it up on my fucking phone, how to do the Pythagorean theorem, and boop, there it was. I had it right in my fingertips and was able to do it, and no skin off my nuts. And it made me think. Cough. It made me think, why the fuck did I spend so much time on this in high school? If one, this is the only time, I'm 26 years old, it's almost been 10 years since I've graduated, and I'm using it for the first time in the real world. And all I had to do was just look at my phone, and that was it. That's all I had to fucking do. So, is that the squared plus b squared 1? I don't know, to be honest, because I learned it and then I forgot it again. Cutie pie, because I never had to fucking use it a second time. I only used it the one time, right? So I feel like I'm kind of being the smart guy over here because it's like, look, I only need to learn this. I only need to know this thing once every 10 years. Why would I remember what it is? My phone does that for me, and some people might be like, well, your phone, that's it. It's a squared plus b squared plus c squared. That's the Pythagorean theorem. Yes, I think you got that one. That sounds more correct. There you go. Well, I knew I didn't know what you meant, but I know what you meant now. And yes, Cutie Pie, you are correct. That's what the Pythagorean theorem is. Good job. Good for you. Look at you. I guess you didn't smoke as much weed as me in between high school and now. But that's what it is. And I've only ever used it once. I mean, tell me, how often have you really used that shit, right? Like, when do you use the Pythagorean theorem other than to impress your boyfriend on stream, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody fucking uses this shit, really. So yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. There you go, something like that. But it's one of those things. Yeah, you've never used, and most people don't ever use it. And it just blows my fucking mind that we spent all this time in high school learning about this shit that nobody uses. And not once do I ever remember anybody sitting down with me to be like, okay, Tony, so if you can't accomplish goals in your life, you're going to be a fuck duck. And so this is how we're going to go about unfucking you. And that never happens. It's so crazy. It just goes to show how shite the education system can be in America when we're deciding that it's better to learn about tectonic fucking plates. Look, if you're an engineer, then you probably you probably use the Pythagorean theorem all the time, right? Like engineer, building buildings, shit like that. That shit's probably locked in your mind. You need to know that because it's, a part of your daily job or whatever. But most human beings, we don't need to know what this shit is. We don't need to care. It's not that big of a deal. And wasting time in high school on it is just mind boggling, especially when you have things like this that you should be learning that are way more important, that are universally important to everybody, which is what high school's for. Pythagorean theorem, tectonic plates, all that bullshit. You should be learning that in college when you decide you're going to go into a field where that shit is important. But, learning about goal setting is something everybody needs to learn about. That's how you can benefit everybody in society, right? My own personal philosophy here is, goal setting, investing, and proper financial education, like learning personal finances. And what was the third one? Exercise, the way to properly exercise and diet. Those are three things that every human being needs to know how to do. I mean, our society and I think probably learning about cognitive biases, right? Like that would be an important aspect of going out into the world, knowing how to see cognitive biases in other people and see it in yourself. I think having a class on like crisis management or conflict resolution classes, those are some of the most efficient isn't the word. Those are some of the most useful fucking classes that I ever took in my life. And I took those classes when I worked at a juvenile detention facility, and those ended up completely changing how I went about the world and how I looked at conflict and dealing with people and handling emotionally charged people. It definitely increased my confidence and my ability to be in those kinds of situations where people are freaking the fuck out and be helpful and be useful and make sure that the situation doesn't escalate into something where people are doing shit that they can't take back, right? So learning that kind of stuff, man, is like shit, dude. Like everybody should know how to do that. Maybe some self-defense would be good. Knowing how to punch somebody in the face is a very useful tool, right? I mean, it sounds like I'm joking, but and I am to some extent. But to another extent, I'm kind of not, man. Like you think that would be a very useful thing to teach everybody in high school, how to stop somebody from fucking attacking you, would be probably useful. But nope, nope. We're just going to learn about tectonic fucking plates today. That's what you get. That's what you got. Okay, so you take them tectonic plates, go out in the world and be broke as fuck with your job, working as a fucking mailman or whatever now, because you don't need to know tectonic fucking plates, but we're going to shove it into your brain anyways. When otherwise you could learn all these other things that would benefit you in your life, regardless of what your job ends up being. I don't know. Don't get me started on that shit. I'll spend the whole morning talking about it. Anyways, we're going to learn how to goal set today since there's the potential that you went to a high school as shitty as mine and nobody ever taught you there how to properly set goals in your life. We're going to go over it today because this is something that completely changed my life for the better in a big fucking way. So I wanted to share that with you all. And I enjoy talking about it. I love talking about goals, man. Goals take a huge precedent in my personal life, man. I if I didn't know how to properly set goals, I would be absolutely lost. And up until the point that I learned how to properly set goals in my life, I was very much lost. You know, I mean, I achieved certain goals in my life. I set certain goals and achieved them, and that was all good and well, but not to the caliber that I do nowadays, right? So, and I think there's a lot of people out there who, yeah, they've been told you gotta set your goals, Tony. You gotta do your goal setting. Don't be a pussy. But they've never been told how to go about that. So hopefully this fills in some blanks for some of you people out there and you find this stream useful. If you do, please leave a like, subscribe, follow, whatever the thing is you do on the social media channel that you're finding this on. I would greatly appreciate that. And let's go ahead and dive in. So, first, we're going to hit just benefits of goal setting. Just roughly, why do you need to set goals? Again, a lot of you have probably overheard this, but there is some new information here that is interesting and is informational, informative. So, I thought I'd run by them super quick just so you guys understand why goal setting is important, how it can really help revolutionize your life, right? So, here, this positivepsychology.com, who wrote this. Jeremy Sutton wrote this. Mr. Sutton, I got my chat. Need to keep my chat up. I'm still kind of trying to work around that, figure it out. Okay, there we go. Mr. Sutton has done some studying on this. This guy's done a bit of reading, and he cites, I think it's 4 different studies that have found these benefits to goal setting. And I think it's important, I mean, worthy to note that not every study probably found these reasons, these benefits of goal setting, but these benefits, each one, was found in at least one study. Yeah. And I'm sure that a lot of them were found in multiple studies. And I'm sure there's way more studies than just 4 that have proven in more or less or serve as evidence of these benefits of goal setting. So there is plenty of benefits to them. We're going to start with number 1, improved performance. Directing goals direct our energies and focus towards performing actions skillfully. Performing a technique enhances our performance across various tasks. So, what they're saying here, let's look at a good metaphor for this is like you got 2 kids that skateboard. One of them is out skateboarding with his friends because he loves to skateboard, and he just skateboards. He'll go hit the pool, hit the skate park, and he'll try to grind a rail, and maybe he gets it, maybe he fucks it up, the skateboard flies up, hits him in the nuts occasionally, and maybe he stays away from the rail because that tends to hurt. But overall, he's just here having fun, right? Aside from the random, moments when the skateboard whops him in the balls, he's having a lot of fun. But that's really what he's here to do. Then you got kid number 2 who loves it, who enjoys skateboarding, but he says to himself, okay, I want to get good at it, so I'm going to learn how to do a kickflip. Well, obviously, the kid who spends his time focused on learning how to do a kickflip is going to probably learn how to do a kickflip in most circumstances. It's not going to always be this way, okay? There'll be exceptions. We get it. Exceptions prove the rule. They aren't the rule. Important to note. I don't know why, but you run into so many people nowadays who think because something is an exception, it breaks a rule. The fact that it is an exception proves the rule. I don't know why that wasn't taught in high school, but apparently some people have a hard time with that concept. Yeah, there will be people who are just naturally good at shit and they don't have to have a goal-orientated mind in order to get good at something. Yes, that's a thing. You're probably not that person, all right? Most people who go out and skateboard are not going to be Tony fucking Hawk and be able to just get good at shit just because they enjoy something. Hey, Lucas, I'm doing good, man. How are you doing today? So, we just, you got to have that goal-orientated mindset, right? That kid who thinks, oh, I'm going to learn how to kickflip is going to get better at kickflips than the kid who, let's see, doesn't have any goal-orientated, stuff going on in his life, right? So, I don't know. Did I just hear music or did I make that up? I thought I heard something. My volume is turned down on this. But anyways, I think it's gone now. Your naughty cat broke your headphones. That is a bummer. Oh, yeah, sure. I can do that. Yeah. Oh, did you too, cutie? Yeah. Well, I kind of just barely heard it, so, but oh, you know what? It's probably the music player I have on my channel. That's what it was. But yeah. So, yeah, I'm doing good, man. Doesn't Lucas doesn't have headphones. What a bummer. Joining the stream and sorry about your headphones. That's a bummer. I don't have a cat to break my headphones, so I don't have to worry about that. Anyways, so yeah, the kid who learns how to kickflip, a kid who has sets the goal for himself on learning how to kickflip is gonna arguably get better at kickflipping than the kid who doesn't set goals for himself. And if that kid continues to set those specific goals for himself, he's arguably going to build this skill set of skateboarding up quicker than the kid who doesn't have any goals for himself. You know what I mean? So that's pretty basic, pretty obvious. But yes, maybe this is one of those things that's so obvious that sometimes it doesn't occur to people that in order to improve your performance in any one particular goal, you need to have, or any one particular skill set, excuse me, you need to set out goals for yourself. That's going to be the most beneficial way for you to improve your performance in any one particular skill set. 2, goals improve focus and persistence. They help us stay focused for longer, recognizing and emphasizing a personal need for self-improvement. At least on this first bit here, they help us stay focused longer. Oops, I took my chat out again. At least in that aspect there of they help us stay focused longer. Yeah, if you have goals, you have a reason to be, if you have a reason to, goals themselves serve as a reason to continue sticking with something. Okay. My cutie pie, for example, just learned how to crochet. And she's an excellent crocheter, by the way, cutie. She's making me a sweater right now in the other room, actually. She learned how to crochet. And when she first started, she's like, I'm just crocheting a thing because I'm just getting started. Okay, yeah, you're just crocheting. You're getting a hang for it, you know. And then she set her sights on, I'm going to go out and make a sweater. And I said, okay, cool. And she made that sweater. And it was a pretty difficult, it was a long goal, man. That sweater took much longer than she thought it was going to take. But it ended up being super awesome. It ended up being a very cute sweater. She did a really good job on it. But it was really smart what she did because she set a goal for herself. If she were to have just continued crocheting a random piece of cloth, which is what she started with, there's a good chance that she probably would have dropped out of it eventually. She would have been like, okay, like I'm just crocheting a random thing. She's not going to stick with it as long as when she says, oh, I got a sweater that I want to crochet. She got to a point where she's like, I'm going to finish this fucking sweater. I swear to God, this sweater is going to get finished. Like, it is not kicking my ass. I am not losing to a sweater, And she continued to crochet until she finally got her sweater. And then by the time she was done with her sweater and showed her sweater to everybody, it was really nice. It was really cute. So everybody wanted one. I was like, yo, make me a cute ass sweater. And then her brother was like, I want a cute fucking sweater. And then her sister is like, I want a cute sweater. And now she's got a friend who has a new baby. And she's like, my baby wants them booties. My baby's like, knit me them booties, bitch. And so now she has some booties that she has to knit for a little baby. Now she's got like 4 goals set out in front of her. And that's going to keep her with crocheting much longer. She enjoys crocheting, and she really enjoys it. But even if you enjoy doing something, having goals is going to make you stick with the thing that you're doing much longer than if you just enjoyed it. Because here's the thing, at some point, you're going to get to a point with any particular skill set. Most people are going to get to a point while learning a new skill set where it's hard, it's difficult. It was fun when it was easy and you were doing good. But then it got difficult and it got harder for you to do good because it was now it's testing your abilities. And sometimes it doesn't feel good to have your abilities tested like that. If it gets difficult but you have a goal that you're working towards, you're going to stick with that through those difficult moments. That goal is going to help you stick with those very difficult moments in this this skill building exercise, right? Whereas if you didn't have goals, it's more likely that you are going to say, fuck it, this got too difficult and I don't want to deal with this shit no more. So, again, it seems like common sense, but it's one of those things that you don't think about it because it seems so obvious until somebody says something to you and you're like, oh shit, that Tony, man, he's fucking right. So there you go. 3, more intrinsic motivation. Working towards goals typically leads to higher intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is the opposite of extrinsic motivation. It's internal motivation, right? Inherent satisfaction, interest, curiosity, things that come from within you that drive you towards something. Motivation, right? So it's motivation brought on by curiosity, life satisfaction, or just doing something that's of personal interest to you versus external motivation, which is doing something to earn more money or doing something to earn a job title or an award or win a competition, which that's not to say, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, but in my opinion, I don't necessarily think extrinsic goals are like horrible. Like it's not horrible to say, "Oh, I want to do this to make more money in life." Like, no, bro. Like that's good to have more money in life for most people. Like, okay, fine. If you're a multi-billionaire, then and you're still out there like, I need more money now. Or your idea of getting you are in so desperate for more money that you think I ought to rob the gas station down the street. Okay, well, that's bad. But it's not necessarily the intrinsic motivation of needing money that's the bad thing. It's how you're choosing to go about it, right? And usually I believe the train of thought, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You can, put in the comment section if I get this wrong. I believe that the general thought behind intrinsic motivation is that it almost naturally is a little bit more ethical because it comes from a place of just personal joy. You don't need anybody else in your life. There's, intrinsic motivation to some extent does depend on other people, at least in certain circumstances, depends on other people acknowledging that you achieved something. And without that acknowledgement, you can achieve something and still feel like shit about yourself. Versus intrinsic motivation, where nobody has to watch you accomplish this, right? Nobody has to tell my cutie pie that it was awesome for her to create this sweater. She just got joy out of creating this sweater and being like, oh my God, look at me. I fucking created a sweater, bitch. And it doesn't matter if anybody else acknowledges that or not, right? That is, I could see how certain people would say, yeah, that seems like that's a bit healthier because it doesn't depend on other people. It just depends on you. Well, absolutely, cutie. Thank you for making everybody sweaters. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm excited to try your new sweater on. Can't wait till it's finished. But yeah, you do a pretty good job of setting your goals. I definitely been watching you closely while you set your goals, and you've been doing an awesome job on it. So I was preparing for my stream last night and was like, oh, I am totally going to use her as an example because you're a good example for this. So there you go. Set an example for everybody. Golf clap for you. So, anyways, more intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation tends to be a bit healthier from a mental health standpoint. Okay. Doesn't mean that extrinsic motivation is necessarily bad. It just means that there is the potential for it to be potentially a little bit more unethical. Yeah. Okay. So, increased autonomy and self determination. Goals support the perception of being in control and able to make a difference in the life domain in focus. I thought you would like that too. I was like, oh, if I talk about my cutie pie today, gonna win me some brownie points. So, but yeah, so this is important, man. In my personal life, something that I had an issue with when I was young, growing up, that was difficult, made my life more difficult than it needed to be, was I, somewhere along the line, probably by accident, when you're a kid, these things kind of happen. It isn't necessarily anybody's fault that it happened. It just happened. Somewhere along the line, I lost what people call the locus of control. Your locus of control is your belief in yourself to make a difference in your own life. That the things I do, the things I work towards in life, will change the quality of my life. Yeah, that's important. It is. Okay. The perception of being in control, at least to some extent, yes, it's important. Damn it. I took my chat out again. I need to figure out a system for this chat window. I like being able to drag it around my screen, but I forget that it's there and then I click out of it, and that tends to happen. But, anyways, nasty noise, human noises, just saved your ears from having to hear my snot in my face. So the perception of being in control is important to an extent. Obviously, if you feel like you need to be in control of everything, that would be unhealthy. But it is healthy to have some perception of I control my own destiny, my own fate, and my own future. It's almost necessary, I would say, because I did for a long period of my life live without that locus of control, and it feels horrible. It is hopelessness to the maximum, and you do not feel good about where, no matter where you are in life. And funny enough, there was times in my life where I was in a really awesome place in life, man. I just opened up a new business, I had all these friends, I was broke as shit at the time, but it was still okay because I still had people around me to help me, and I had a lot of opportunities in front of me, and really altogether no reason to bitch and piss and moan about anything. But it didn't stop me from bitching and pissing and moaning about everything because I had no locus of control. I felt like no matter what I did, it wouldn't change anything in my life. And I'm just out here. The wind is just taking me in some random direction, and hopefully it doesn't float me towards the trash heap, because if it does, there's nothing I can do about it. And that's a very hopeless situation to be in. When you feel powerless like that, it can really beat you down. So having that perception of being in control and being able to make a difference in your life is very important. And having goals helps you build that. It helps you. That's how I built back up my locus of control. The belief that I am in control of my own life was built up by setting goals for myself and accomplishing them. And they can be teeny tiny little eeny beady baby goals. All right. They don't have to be crocheting an entire fucking sweater. It can be crocheting just a corner of a sweater, but just making sure you set out, I am going to accomplish this, and then accomplishing it, that gives you that feeling of power. And so that's very, very important. And I can speak to that from a very personal level. Heightened task enjoyment. We enjoy tasks more, resulting in sustained engagement and effort. Yeah, and pretty obvious one there. Don't need to explain it. You are going to get more enjoyment out of skateboarding when you're giving yourself goals. I want to learn this trick in this amount of time or what have you. That is going to make the goal ultimately much more enjoyable. Yeah. So, higher satisfaction. Individuals with clear goals typically report improved overall satisfaction. Again, very obvious, run of the mill, super simple. Yep, we get it. You've heard this before. Kind of the same thing as heightened task enjoyment, right? You're going to get more enjoyment out of a task if you have goals associated with that task. You're going to get more satisfaction in your overall life if you have goals set forth for specific tasks in your life, right? Improved ethical behavior. See, okay, here we go. This was kind of what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Mastery goals. That's a different kind of goal, a type of goal. We'll get into that here in a minute. We'll go over just a few different types of goals for the sake of categorizing your goals, which is important for organization. We'll go over that here in a second. But mastery goals, which focused on improved performance, are associated with more ethical practices. Interesting. Okay. Well, I can't really explain that one a little bit. I don't know exactly what the science is behind that, right? So I can kind of imagine. We were talking a little bit about ethics up here with intrinsic motivation. Mastery goal, which according to them is which focuses on improved performance, are associated with more ethical practices. Sure, I can, again, higher intrinsic motivation, which is something that having goals helps you with. It increases your intrinsic motivation in life. Intrinsic motivation, I know, is associated with ethical practices, right? You're less apt to want to accomplish something for the sake of saying, "Ha, I accomplished something," getting accolades. I guess the difference is if your goal is to beat, let's say competition. Let's throw this back to wrestling, MMA, right? We're going to throw this to some familiar territory. I know plenty of MMA guys and wrestlers who their goal is to win their next tournament. And that's a good, solid goal, by the way. Again, like I was saying earlier, I don't, like, no, that's a bad thing. Like, no, dude, competition's a really valid goal for sure. Ask anybody in any sports. They're going to tell you, no, dude, wanting to beat the opponent is absolutely a valid goal, and it can very much push you. And so, but if that's your only goal, there is the possibility that you would want to cheat at that, okay? That you could cheat to make that happen, right? go in there and wrestle dirty style. There is such a thing as dirty wrestling, and it's nasty, right? It results in people getting really hurt really quick, and in some cases, ending their careers entirely, right? Going out there and murlocking somebody with all the power that you have and ripping their bicep off of their arm is going to end their career. They're not going to be coming back to wrestle for a good long while, and when they do, they're never going to wrestle the same. What is it? Oh, I'm blanking on it right now. It's not hooking. I mean, yeah, heel hooks, but a heel hook is a legitimate move in jujitsu. But reaping the knee, right? Illegally reaping somebody's knee and fucking up their kneecap or their ankle, is illegal. It is possible to do it and get away with it in the middle of a competition and injure somebody for the rest of their life. And it is possible that having that goal of wanting to beat the opponent, that being your exclusive reasoning for this, could push you to do something horrible like that. Whereas having that intrinsic motivation of, no, my goal is to get better, you can't cheat and hurt somebody with that goal. You see what I'm saying? There's no reason to go reap somebody's knee in the middle of a wrestling match, because in the middle of jujitsu roll, because that's going to make you better. It's not going to make you better objectively. That has nothing to do with getting better. So there's no point in doing it, you see? So it could potentially improve ethical behavior. I'm assuming that's what they kind of mean by that, but again, I think that is what they mean by that. That's what a mastery goal would be, right? I want to get good at jujitsu. It's a burp. That was the first burp of the stream. Normally, my burps, this would have been like my 15th burp. So I think there is doing the streams earlier in the daytime results in less burps. I think we broke that down to a science. So you guys get less burps in your ears and everybody's happy. Okay. Increased cooperative behavior. Oh, yeah, like politicians too. That's a really good example, Cutie Pie. Here, I accidentally threw you up on my other screen. So, yeah, like politicians, man, if your only goal, politicians or any career can honestly potentially do this to people where they are so intense on success in that area. Politicians is definitely its own thing because it almost feels like, or I guess I tend to be of the opinion that in order to be a good politician, you almost kind of have to be a bit of a piece of shit. I mean, politics is nothing more, really, when you think about it, than high school level. What is it called? What's the word that I'm looking? Popularity contest. That's what it is. That's how you get voted on, is popularity. Who likes you the most, right? And again, to just wanting people to like you is a motivation that can really result in you doing shitty things. Yeah. I mean, like taking picking up dirt, digging up dirt on your opponent. Really scumbaggish behavior, to be perfectly honest. Hey, there's some cases where digging up dirt on the opponent is worthwhile because it's like, oh, if this opponent did something horrendous, you know, us, the voters, probably want to know about it. Yeah. But if you're just like digging up dirt on something he did 10 years ago, and that dirt you're digging up is, I don't know, he called his girlfriend a bitch and it hurt her feelings, or then you're trying to turn this into a big thing, or for a long time there, they were digging up dirt on politicians by saying, oh, look, this politician is a homosexual or something like that. Like bringing out people's personal life to make them feel like shit or to earn them disfavor in the public eye is shitty behavior. Shitty behavior. And we don't want that in our politicians. But when the only goal is to be more popular than the other guy, all is fair in love and war, right? You know what I'm saying? So, really good example, Cutie Pie. Thank you. You always bring up good examples on stream. Let's see, where were we at? Increased cooperative behavior. This is more, I feel like, well, goals promote cooperation within teams, yeah, and between individuals with shared aims and values, yeah. So that's kind of more in the sense of like team based goals, right? They encourage a focus on self improvement rather than outperforming others. Oh, yeah. And so, like, in the sense of like you're on a football team, the shared goal of the football team getting better, or having a shared goal amongst the members of a football team versus every member of a team wanting to be better than each other, you can obviously see how one is going to probably tear the people on the team apart and the other one's going to bring them together, right? So I think that's certainly a practice of having correct goals, but team based goals that are correctly that are based off of intrinsic value and based off of shared values are very beneficial to the team. Better well-being and wellness. Yeah, see, this right here is why we're kind of talking about this, right? Because, this is mental health Mondays. This isn't goal setting Mondays. This isn't entrepreneur Mondays. This is mental health Mondays, folks. We're here to improve on our mental well-being. So right here, let me direct you to this point, probably the most important for the sake of the stream. Goal-directed behavior, such as pursuing exercise and healthy eating choices, supports psychological, emotional, and physical well-being. And it isn't just exercise and healthy eating choices. I do actually have a stream later in this month where we're going to go over the scientific data for exercise and it's linked to mental health. Yes, exercising does improve your mental health. And there are many, what's the word I'm looking for? Studies that have been done that prove this pretty overwhelmingly, that getting some amount of exercise and eating healthy really does contribute a lot to your mental well-being. But even outside of just those two examples, having goals in general supports and improves mental, emotional, and psychological well-being, right? And I think if we even go down in here, here's a good reason for why just goals in generals do that. Improved emotional regulation and enhances self-esteem. Again, we kind of talked about how that enhances self-esteem through that locus of control. Knowing you are in control of your own destiny improves your self-esteem, right? Appropriate therapeutic goals offer opportunities to manage emotion better. Okay, we'll get into what therapeutic goals are later. That's another good example. But just improved emotions and enhanced self-esteem from having that locus of control, right, improves your emotional and psychological well-being. So goals in general, just having any goal and working towards those goals and succeeding at those goals improves your mental health. I'm the kind of person that just having goals at all, if I'm just working towards any goal, it's going to make me a happier person, an easier person to get along with. It makes me a busier person. I have less time to hang out with people. But when I do get to hang out with people, that in and of itself almost even works to the benefit. I don't know if any of you have heard the old idiom, familiarity breeds contempt. But to some extent, I do believe it's true to some extent. And when I am too busy to hang out with all my friends, it makes the moments when I get to hang out with my friends that much better. Versus reality is like when I was younger and that's almost all I did was hung out with my friends. I eventually got tired of my friends. I eventually got sick and tired of hanging out with them. I eventually kind of got to a point where I was just like, man, this is a waste of my time. And this was wrong to do. I was young and I fucked up. Sue me. We all do that when we're wrong. But when I was young, I very distinctly had a point in time in my life where I blamed my inability to achieve anything in life on my friends. I projected that onto them and said, "Ah, the reason I can't get anything done in life is because I'm hanging out with all of you, and that's your fault somehow." Instead of me and my responsibility to make the decision to say, hey, I can't hang out tonight and just go focus on my goals. Again, I was young, I was stupid, acting like a little butthead. But there was a point in my life where I did cut a lot of my friends out of my life. And some portion of that, there were other reasons for it, but one portion of that was I felt like it was their fault that I wasn't achieving anything. And that was incorrect. But that was the result of just spending way too much time hanging out with people and that familiarity breeding contempt, right? It makes it almost more enjoyable. The friends that I have nowadays, I have really good relationships with them and they are very important to me because I don't get to see him very often. I don't get to talk to him very often. So when I do get to talk to him, when my buddy Sean calls me, he lives all the way out in Denver. When he calls me, we talk for like 4 hours, 5 hours. We're like little fucking schoolgirls, bro. Like when we have that one conversation every 6 months, neither one of our girlfriends can get us off the phone. They're like, oh my fucking God, I might as well not exist to this guy, because it's like we barely get to talk. So when we do get to talk, it's a big deal. And we have it's so much fun. Versus if we talk to each other every day, we're not going to have a lot to say to each other. So, anyways, having those goals in my life keeps me busy. Keeping myself busy gives me time to not brood on the difficulties of my life because you're always going to have difficulties in life, whether you're busy or not. But if you're bored, you get a lot more time to sit and think about how fucked up life is. That's a good point too. Me and my brain working. I'm liking these earlier in the day streams. I feel like I'm a little bit smarter, a little bit more on the ball. So, and let's see, positive psychological effects. We just kind of discussed that, right? That kind of ties into better well being and wellness and improved emotional regulation, right? Greater effort. Mastery goals, again, that's a type of goal, typically increase the enjoyment of the activity and lead to higher levels of effort. When just, again, basic logic, if you enjoy doing something, you're going to put more effort towards it than if you hate doing something, right? If you don't hate doing something, the effort you're going to put into it, particularly when it gets hard, it's not the same as when you truly enjoy it, right? So we are going to watch one of these videos later on in the stream. Oh, there it is, Mr. Chris Williamson. When we talk about another topic, I wanted to go through, just give you some quick idea of different types of goals. Okay, so what these people have done here on positivepsychology.com, Mr. Jeremy, what was his name? Jeremy Stevens, was it? Jeremy Sutton. Mr. Jeremy Sutton here has given us different types of goals. And, like we have here short-term goals versus long-term goals, right? We're just going to go through very briefly, run through them so you understand. Hey, what's going on, Lucas? I don't know. Are my restream messages getting through, Cutie? Are you seeing my messages on Twitch? Because I'm streaming through Restream, so I don't know if he's... You can see this message. Yeah, Lucas, if you... He said that he can't hear, but if you're watching, Lucas, there's your message, and there's my response. So hopefully you see that. In any case, I'm going to continue moving on. So the reason why it's important to bring up different types of goals, this is positive psychology. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who agree with their breakdown. There's short-term goals, happen within a smaller time frame versus long-term goals, which happen in a longer time frame. Personal goals, which concern your personal life, goals for work, goals in education, going to college, what have you. Therapeutic goals, which would be goals, that you undertake in a more therapeutic setting, like therapy is what they're actually discussing there. Mastery goals and performance goals, that's kind of all the goals that they go over here. This is how they break down goals, and I'm sure there's a lot of people, they even give you the studies right here, which, by the way, for first-time streamers or first-time watchers on YouTube, every web page we go through is going to be linked in the description below the video, so you'll have time to go through all this yourself in your spare time and kind of help you burn it into your brain. Yeah. So these people enjoy going over these people are giving you these different types of goals. And there's a lot of people who probably agree with these types of goals. They are cited from specific studies. Yeah, so clearly there is people, these are recognized types of goals. You don't really have to you don't have to remember every type of goal out there, all right? I'm not putting this up on the stream and saying now we're going to go through 24 plus types of goals, which I don't know why they say 24 plus types, because I did not count 24 plus types of goals. I counted like 6, but whatever. Maybe Jeremy, he's a really good psychologist, but he really sucked at math. In any case, you don't need to remember all these necessarily. The important thing to take away from this is you need to have you need to have some way of categorizing your own goals. That's what you need to take away from this. However you choose to categorize them, using these categories or these types of goals, these categories, or using your own, doesn't matter. You just need to have a type of goal, a way of categorizing different types of goals in your life. And the reason for that is because it's going to help you organize your goals. And I'm going to give you examples of that later in the stream. But organization of your goals is a really important aspect to making goals that are achievable. If you are not organizing the goals in your life, it becomes very difficult to keep track of them, to measure them, and to remind yourself how much you've accomplished in any one area of your life. It's very easy to forget all the little goals that you've accomplished, okay? If you are not organizing them appropriately. It's easy to be overwhelmed by all those goals if you're not organizing them not organizing them competently. So, you want to be able to do that. You need to be able to do that for the sake of achieving your goals, you want to be able to organize them. In order to organize them, you need to be able to categorize them. This is a really wild thing that's happening nowadays. To go on a bit of a rant, I guess I should hit my rant screen since I am going on a bit of a rant. Oh, hold up here. Mr. Lucas. Hey, Lucas. Oh, that's right. You can't hear. He just hit me up. No. Oh, nice. Welcome to the stream. And no, I actually do not play video games, which makes it weird that I'm on Twitch. Play League of Legends. Do you? Okay, there you go. So anyways, yeah, rant time, baby. We're going to go on some rants now. So there is this weird thing nowadays where people have some kind of issue with the categorization of things, right? They do not like things to be categorized. They do not like to say, this thing over here is this and that thing over here is that, right? And this happens in a variety of different, I don't want to say disciplines, but areas of life, particularly in our society. In society, when it comes to people is one aspect, but even when it comes to jobs, I see it. You know, when I worked at the detention center is a good example of this. When I worked at the detention center, we were trying out this new concept of not calling the inmates. Instead, we called them students. And my actual job title was coach. That was my job title, and that's what the kids were supposed to call me, which they, 99% of the time, they called me something way different than that, right? This is a high security juvenile facility. Every kid in here is a gangbanger. They're not going to call me coach, bro, and I was the only white guy in there, right? So Coach Cracker was closer to what they call me, honky, cracker, cocksucker, dickhead, and a whole lot worse things than that, right? So, but Coach was not on the short list of words I got called. But this idea of categorization, I understood the concept. People said, hey, it gets these kids, when these kids are 15, 16 years old and they're already being called an inmate. The idea that we have here from a psychological perspective is they're already getting shoved into a role in life, and we're scared that they're going to continue to try to fit that role in life. They're going to see themselves as an inmate now, and they're going to see the people around them as guards instead of people that want to help them out. And I said, okay, well, fair enough. No, like, that's not entirely wrong. I don't think that this is necessarily silly or completely and utterly illogical. That makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That's fair enough. But you got to hear me out. Okay. Hear out the opposite side of this. They do need to hear that they are an inmate, because they are in fact an inmate, and they are very different than a student. A student is somebody who goes to school to learn. They are not here for the purpose of learning a particular discipline. They are here because they killed somebody or hurt somebody, and that's why they're here. That's a difference. They are not a student. They can be students while they're here, and we can be careful about how we refer to them for the sake of not making, more importantly, I think it's just expressing to them, bro, you don't want to be here. Because right now you're an inmate. When you get out of here, you can go be whatever you want. You don't have to ever be an inmate ever again. Inmate is not something you're going to be for the rest of your life. Some of them would be. Some of them killed multiple people, and we're looking at 30-year stretches. Yeah. So you're going to be an inmate for a while, buddy. But, this isn't something you have to be when you get out of here. Okay. This is what you're experiencing in this juvenile detention facility right now. It sucks. It fucking sucks, bro. Your life, it sucks. You live in this tiny ass little concrete room. You get excited about your cup of noodles. You only get to watch TV when I say you get to watch TV. You only get to go out and play basketball when I say you get to go out and play basketball. And I'm your best motherfucking friend. And I ain't your coach. I'm your guard. I got to guard you. The reason I am here, my job of being here, is to make sure you don't hurt yourself or anybody else. Because we can't trust you to do that. We can't trust you to not do that on your own accord. Because society did trust you and you failed. You broke that trust and you killed another human being. Okay. So that is a shitty position to be in life. And you don't ever want to be here again. So this is life when you are an inmate. Make a note of it and don't ever become an inmate ever again. Life as a student is much nicer in this because when you're a student, you get to go on campus. You get to talk to all them pretty girls, all them pretty Hawaii girls. Yeah, cutie. You get to go out and you get to hang out with your friends after class. You get to learn about cool shit, bro. That is a student, and that's the life you really want to live. This is not the life of a student. This is the life of an inmate, and you don't want to live this. So don't do anything again to get back here. Yeah. I meant the one cute Hawaii girl. That's what I meant, cutie pie. Well, they can't talk to her because she's mine. So she is busy crocheting me a sweater right now. So sorry, college boys, you don't get to have that one. But I covered my bases, cutie. I got you. I got you. I corrected myself. I stand corrected. So, and there's an important difference too for this person's coaches. If this kid does go out back into the real world, he needs to understand there is a difference between me and his coach, because his coach's job is to get him to be a part of the team and show him life skill sets through teamwork, through sports. You know, sports is incredibly important. Thank you, cutie. Well, sports is incredibly important for building, you know, so many different skill sets in life: teamwork, dedication to something, determination, mental toughness. There's so many wonderful things that team sports can help kids build. And the coach is there to oversee that. That's not my job. I am not here to help you build teamwork. I am here to stop you from hurting yourself or other kids. Okay. So you don't want what I do to be associated with this kid's coach when he goes out back into the real world and has a coach. He needs to understand there's a difference. You know, when you don't kill people, you get to be out in the world and you get to be a student and you get to have coaches. Okay, when you kill people, you're an inmate and you get to deal with me and I'm your best fucking friend, and that sucks, bro. So don't do that. So this is why categories are important. Okay, and I brought up this, had this whole rant and brought up this whole example to show you, you know, I don't know where the deal is, what the issue is. I think I do, but we'll save it for another. This will be a whole nother stream, whole nother conversation. Right now, we're in a place in society where there's a whole world full of people that have very serious issues with properly categorizing things, and they refuse to categorize things. And their excuse a lot of times for refusing categorization is to say, well, it doesn't always go like that. Again, like I said earlier, dude, the exception proves the rule. Yes, it does not always go that way, but it does most of the time. That's why when it doesn't go this way, it's called an exception. And the fact that an exception exists means that the majority of the time it does go this way. And that's why that's the rule. That's how the exception proves the rule. You understand? And some people just really refuse this line of logic for the sake of escaping some sort of categorization that they don't like, or to change the categorizations that exist. And there's certain categorizations that might exist that do need to be changed. Sure, absolutely. Not saying that it all needs to be written in stone, but I am saying if you are the kind of person that is upset with categorization, you better have a good reason for being upset with that specific categorization, because just being upset with categorization in general is silly. You need categorization in order to organize. Without categories, there's no way for us to organize. If we can't categorize all the different phylums, kingdoms, families, and species in the animal kingdom, then we don't know how anything else in the world relates to each other, son. You see what I'm saying? If we can't categorize people according to height, weight, color, this, that, or the other thing, then we have no way of knowing how we have no way to express how everybody's different, you know, and that is important to note, you know, and yeah, categorizations can be used in a very bad way. That's for certain. That's very true. I'm not arguing against that. You know, if somebody says, no, you can categorize people in very hurtful ways, well, of course you can. And that's very true. And that is something that, you know, we should collectively want to stop from happening. Absolutely. I definitely agree with that, man. But it doesn't mean categorization in and of itself is bad. You see what I'm saying? That's a good point. Here, let me throw over to my screen. Rant ended. Cutie Pie comes in with a very good point, though. As always, maybe they're against generalizations. And yes, there is definitely a lot of people out there who are against generalizations. I think that there is a good reason to be against generalizations. I think a lot of people are against generalization and mistake categorization for generalization. Does that make sense? They're not the same thing. And I feel like there's some people who might think that they are the same thing. But in general, yeah, I think that's very possible that people are doing that. And in that sense, it's just understanding the difference. But it's still important for those people to understand that categorization is still important. Generalizations, not so much. Generalizations are, I'm sure they're important in certain circumstances. I don't have a whole lot of well thought out thoughts on that particular subject, so I'm not going to try to dive into it and try to argue it. That sounds like a good point to me, though. But yeah, there's probably a lot of people who are against categorization because they mistake them for generalizations. And there is definitely generalizations that is worth being against for sure. So, I mean, that's a really good point, Cutie Pie. But so, anyways, that whole long rant was to just show you this is why I want to give you different types of goals. This is why I want to introduce you to different categories of goals, because having these categories is important for the sake of organization. Organization is important for making things achievable. Yeah. Okay. So, some couple categories for us to go over real quick. Short-term goals. Pretty simple. All these are super easy, super simple to remember. This will be linked in the description of the YouTube video to go over for future reference, but it's not going to take you long to get the hang of these. Short-term goals are typically anything that can happen within hours, days, weeks, right? Long-term goals, in contrast, involve carefully selected objectives over extended periods of times, usually months or years, right? And wherever you put that, like I have month-long goals that I categorize as short-term goals because I can get them done within 30 days. That to me is short-term versus what I categorize a long-term goal as is 2 years from now, 5 years from now, right? So however you want to change those two categories, that's not the important thing. The important thing is that the categories are there and that you have your categories that you adhere to set out for yourself, right? That's the important thing for you to get from this. Personal goals can be short-term or long-term. They're not time-based. Personal goals aren't. Involve focusing on what is meaningful, value-driven, or deeply personal. And some of the examples they give here, just to prove the point, starting a family, they say is a personal goal. Exercising at least twice a day, they call a personal goal. And learning to play guitar is a personal goal. I personally would not put exercising in personal goal. I have my own subset of goals, a category of goals that I refer to as personal health goals. And exercise would go into that versus what I call social goals, which would be where starting a family would be in, right? Getting a girlfriend, starting a family. My Cutie Pie was in that goal list at one point in time. And then I successfully nailed that goal. Pun intended. But starting a family would be in a social goal for me. Okay. That would be in my social life, right? Because it involves other people. So anything, I thought you would like that. Anything that involves other people to me is a social goal. Okay. Personal health is exercise, diet related, my weight and everything, right? So while we're speaking of goals, I also want to put out there last week, I achieved my goal of cutting down to 15% body fat. Roughly, I ended at like 15.6% body fat, but that was a leeway I gave myself. As long as the number is 15 and something else, my goal is achieved. And so I achieved that goal last Friday. So talking about personal health goals, mark that one off. We went and celebrated. Me and my Cutie Pie and her brother went and celebrated by getting some amazing pizza and getting shitty on beer and tequila shots, and it was wonderful. It was awesome. So anyway, goals for work. So work-oriented goals. Some people would call these career goals. That's what I call them, career goals. Pretty self-explanatory. Anything that has to do with your job is a career-oriented goal. How much weight did I lose and how long did it take? Oh, let's see. Those are good questions. Yeah. Lost. Well, see, so I'm not Mr. Math. I'm like Mr. Jeremy Sutton here, the writer of this article, I Suck at Math. I started at 230 pounds, and my end weight was on average 186. So a total of 44 pounds is what I lost over a period of, let's see here, get all that off my phone. I started in, I think it was March. So February. So 4 months. 44 pounds in 4 months. So lost a total of 11 pounds per month for 4 months straight and got my goal. Thank you, Cutie Pie. I appreciate that. I'm very excited about that too, because now I get to eat all the ice cream I want, and I get to take you out to get shabu shabu all week, every weekend, all weekends, every weekend, a shabu shabu weekend in this bitch. So, yeah, I'm super excited about it. But yeah, so chalk that one off for one of my personal health goals. Anyways, goals for work, obviously, career based goals, pretty self explanatory. Educational goals, pretty self explanatory. That's going to be college, getting your degree, right? Getting a degree, taking advanced learning courses. Education doesn't have to be just college based, right? I have been giving some serious consideration to going out and doing like a comedy improv class to make me funnier for all of you people out there watching me. So I'm a little more entertaining. My streams are a little more entertaining for you guys. That would be a educational goal, right? Because I'm learning how to do something. You know, when I take online classes for investing or writing or what have you, I consider that an educational goal, right? Therapeutic goals. Therapeutic goals are something that's going to happen in a therapeutic setting, according to them. I believe what they're talking about here would be like goals in therapy. Anybody who's done therapy can tell you when you're in therapy and you work with a therapist, your therapist, more oftentimes than not, if they're a good quality therapist, they're going to set goals with you that to accomplish with therapy, right? Our goal is going to be to help you with this particular problem that you have, or have you exhibiting less of this behavior by the end of 3 months, right? That sort of thing. Okay. So, anyways, that's all we needed to cover on this article. I'm going to go ahead and get us out of the article. Later on in the stream, I do bring the article back because they have some helpful tips if we have time for that. You know, I've already spent a lot of time kind of over explaining, which I always do. I'm a fan of over explaining things. I'm a dirty mansplainer. Just who I am. I love it. So, yeah, I've spent a lot of time over explaining things, so we're running a little bit late, but that's okay. The nice thing about streaming in the day is I can take a few more hours to stream about this if I want to. So I just might do that. Anyways, I wanted to bring up this book called Mind Hacking. Okay, so to anybody who's watching this, finds this on YouTube, I got a video on my YouTube channel called Self-Help Book List. It covers the first 4 of my 8 top self-help books. Next Monday, I will be finishing that, putting up a self-help book list part 2, where I cover my 4 favorite self-help books. And this book is going to be on that list. So this book for me is in the top 4 best self-help books I have ever read, and I have read a lot. If you haven't seen that video, I suggest you go take a look at it on my YouTube channel. It's actually the most popular video on my YouTube channel. So fucking A, right? Another one of them goal things. Yeah, I got a lot of people watching that video. And in that video, I go over, what all these different books are. I dive very deep into the book. We go over the writer for the book and what the content of the book and everything. So I don't want to tell you too much about mind hacking, because you're going to see this book on my next stream. I'm going to go really deep into this book. But I still wanted to bring it up because this book is what gave me the secret sauce, baby, to getting really good at setting goals and achieving those goals. And I am going to link this Amazon page. It's only $10 here. $10 for the paperback. I do recommend you get the paperback for this, not the Kindle hardcover or paperback. But Kindle and audiobook, there's actual written exercises in the book. So a paperback that you can do with pencil and erase them is beneficial. I would recommend that. It's only $10, you guys, for fuck's sakes. It's free on Audible, with a membership trial. But yeah, $10. So I'm going to leave this link in the video description. If you're interested, tune in to my next Monday's self-help video or Mental Health Monday video, and we'll go over in this book in real detail, and I'll have the link there too. But this book helped me with setting goals because it introduced me to SMART goals. SMART, SMART goals, right here, right? So SMART goals is it is a process for setting goals in the most effective way possible. Because like I said earlier in the stream, there is a correct way and a wrong way. There are many correct ways and many less correct ways to set goals, right? There are some very beneficial ways of setting goals, and there are very unbeneficial ways of setting goals. whether or not a particular process for setting and achieving and organizing goals is beneficial to you is going to change from person to person. That's a given. That's true. It's very subjective, but this is a very popular way of doing so. And I don't actually know how popular this is. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this might be something I might be about ready to teach everybody, something that everybody already knows about. And I'm just like late to the party. I'm just that one motherfucker that's like, oh my God, did you guys see? Yeah, bro, we saw that. That's like last year's news. Jesus, like you catch up. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. I don't really care. This totally revolutionized my life in a very big way. And so I wanted to share it with all you in case there's people out there who have never heard of SMART goals. I don't know if SMART goals is a thing now that they teach in schools nowadays. It would be awesome if they did. If they didn't, then fuck them. They should probably start doing this. But it is a very beneficial process for learning how to set goals for yourself. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to introduce you to SMART goals with this very nice 4-minute video that I found from here, let's go over to the YouTube screen. This is 2-Minute Classroom is the name of this YouTube channel. Only about 200 subscribers, 160. Give them a subscribe and a like. I did have time to watch this video last night while preparing for stream, and it is a good video. So I'm just going to let this video run. I will be stopping it occasionally to add my own 2 cents in. But yeah, let's just watch this video and learn what SMART goals are. This is a very comprehensive video. I thought it was very well done. So if you like this video, going and finding this channel, 2-Minute Classroom, giving them a like and subscribe would be appreciated. So check it out.
Thanks for stopping by. This is 2-Minute Classroom, and today we're talking about...
This is one of those, obviously, hand comes in, animates the video kind of videos. There's a lot of those on YouTube. I don't know how you feel about them, but I really enjoy videos like this. The graphics keep your eye trained on the video, and it's enjoyable, makes it more enjoyable. But they got a lot of good content in this video.
Setting goals using the SMART method. Goal setting is a great activity anytime, but is especially popular around New Year's, at the start of the school year, and the beginning of a sports season. I would love to hear some of your goals in the comments, and I'll put some of mine in the description below. SMART is an acronym that stands for Specific, Measurable, Achievable, Relevant, and Time-bound. We'll go through each of these using the example goal of doing well on your next exam, a common goal for students. The first step is to make the goal specific. Doing well on your next exam is not specific. Try to answer the questions of what, when, and why. Let's specify your what as scoring at least 90% on your next science exam. For the when, it'll be whenever the exam is. Let's say it's in 4 weeks. The why is very important, as this is your motivation for the goal.
I knew I was underwater.
Grammarly.
I just didn't realize I was this
all up
underwater.
in the middle of my shit.
For the
Get
goal,
out my face.
and something you can look back on if you get discouraged.
Yeah, so we're going to be going over why a little bit later in the stream. When this guy says it's important, he's not fucking with you. Why is important? We're going to go over why is so important. Okay? But yeah, the specific, a real good, easy way to break it down is just remember the what, the when, and the why of your goal. Okay. Some people will even include the how. How are you going to accomplish this certain thing? But these 3 are really the important ones, right? So you really want to define what. So let's just take in my diet goal that I was just on, right? I just finished my diet. Me and my cutie pie were just talking about that. My dieting goal was the what was to finish. My goal is finished when I reach 15% body fat, right? So hit 15% body fat, right? Was a little more specific, hit 15% body fat with around 190 pounds, right? So as long as I'm around that area, I'm golden. But yeah, that's what I'm shooting for is 15% body fat. Having a quantifiable number is very important because it'll help with the second step of SMART goals, the M in SMART, measurable. If you have a number here, that makes measurable much easier. Okay. You're not always going to be able to think of a number. So, but in this particular circumstance of my diet, hitting 15% body fat was the number. When? That one for me was, that one I kind of played out, I guess. For me, it was at least within a 6 month, right? So I at least have 6 months to finish this. But really, I wanted to go faster than that. 6 months was giving me a little bit of a leeway if something happens and I'm not able to diet as effectively as I would like to, then I got a little bit of extra room there. What it ended up being though was 4 months. Okay. But for me, I set that goal in February, said I want to at least be finished with this by August. So 6 months, right? Again, just having a time frame is all it is. And I say that to make the note that it doesn't have to be a strict timeline. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. You can throw a little leeway in there too. You know what I'm saying? If you honestly don't know how long it's going to take you to achieve a goal, still put a time in there. Still put a time in there. Just give yourself a little leeway, right? That's all it is. Don't leave this area blank because you don't know how long it's going to take to achieve it, which is a very common thing. You might not know how long it's going to take you to learn a new song of guitar. My cutie pie didn't know how long it was going to take her to crochet her sweater because she never crocheted a sweater before. So how are you going to know to measure that in time? You don't. But don't leave this area blank if you can help it. Instead, just do your best guess. Just guesstimate and give yourself a little leeway, right? And then the why, we'll get into that a little bit later.
It could be to improve your grade in the course, to score higher than a friend, or because you want to get into a great university. Whatever will motivate you to keep working on the goal.
Just wanted to know what kind of motivations are these? Can anybody say what kind of motivation is this? It's extrinsic. You took too long to answer, so I answered for you. It's extrinsic goals, not intrinsic, right? These are all outside-based motivations. Improving your grades, outscoring a friend depends on the friends. Improving your grades depends on the teacher putting out the grade. Getting into a great university depends on that great university saying you're good enough, right? And those are extrinsic motivations, which are still valid, like I said. Just wanted to point that out.
So now we have a much more specific goal. Score at least 90% on the next science exam 4 weeks from now to help you get into a great university. This goal is looking great, but we're not done yet. The next step is to make sure the goal is measurable. That means there are some metrics attached to the goal to let you know if you reach your goal or not. Looking back at our goal, we see that it is to score at least 90%. This is very measurable, and once you've taken the test and received a score, you will know whether or not you hit the goal. This is why doing well in your next exam is a poor goal. It is not measurable, and there is no clear way to define success or failure. The next step is to check whether the goal is achievable.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about that a little bit, that hitting 15% body fat. That's why having a number attached to that is so important. It gives you some way to measure. You don't have to have a number necessarily attached to that, though, okay? Here, we're going to pop over to the rant screen. You don't. And as soon as I pop over the rant screen, I choke on air. Wow, that was some nasty air. I don't know what happened there, but it went through the wrong tube for sure. Oh. Geesh. Don't know what I swallowed there. Anyways, okay. In order for something to be measurable, all it needs is to be quantifiable, okay? So when it comes to your goals, yes, the obvious there would be to have a number attached to it, like reach 15% body fat. You know when you've achieved the goal once you've hit 15. And again, like I said, for me, there's a little bit of wiggle room there where I don't need to hit 15%. It needs to be 15 and something else. I actually hit 15.8. So that's still within my goal. My goal, the number is 15 point something. That's when I know I've accomplished my goal and I can quit dieting. I hit 15.8, boom, I'm done. Okay. Having a number is the easiest way to quantify whether or not you've succeeded at a goal. But you do not need for it to be a number. There are some goals where you're not going to be able to create a number. Take the example we had earlier of the kid wanting to learn a kickflip. This is still quantifiable. You can still quantify this. You can still measure this goal, okay, by doing a kickflip. Once you can land the kickflip, the goal is achieved, okay, and it's measurable. Your friends can watch you do a kickflip and say, yep, that's a kickflip. Boom, check mark. It's measurable. You measured it, okay? It doesn't always have to be a number. In some cases, you're not going to be able to have a number. What it needs to be is an objective way to quantify how close you are, whether you achieved your goal or not, okay? So that's what it is. It has to be an objective measurement. Okay. Hitting the kickflip, it's objective. You either did or you didn't. If you hit it, if you don't hit it, your friends are going to say, well, you didn't hit it, right? You can lie to yourself and say, oh, I landed a kickflip. And your friends are going to be like, that's an ollie, bitch. That's not a kickflip. We know what a kickflip is. You didn't land it. Okay. You, other people can look at it, measure it, and say, nope, it's objective. There is no wiggle room as far as subjectivity goes. Okay. There is no, well, maybe it is and maybe it isn't a kickflip. No, it's a kickflip or it isn't. Same with the weight. Okay. Hitting 90% on your test, objective measurement. You either hit 90% or you didn't. 15 point something percent body fat, you either hit it or you didn't. If you get down to 16.1, 16.00000.1, you didn't hit your goal. Okay. It only, once you hit 15.99999, you achieved your goal, because the goal was 15% point something was my goal for my diet. That's achievable. Okay. Has to be quantifiable and objective. That's really what's needed. Okay. And it doesn't always have to be a number. Numbers are the obvious, quantifiable, objective measurement. But there are other forms of measurement that are equally as objective and quantifiable. Okay. Just wanted to say that before we continue with the video. That is important to note.
Or not. In this step, you want to break the goal down and answer the question of how you will achieve this goal. What do you need to do in the next 4 weeks to get at least 90% on the exam? Some examples may include taking notes in class, spending 30 minutes 3 nights per week studying for the exam, and partnering with a friend a week before the exam to review notes and go through a study guide. The point is, you need a plan. Break the goal down into smaller goals that all feed up to the main goal. This will give you a clear path to success. The fourth step is to ensure the...
We're going to talk a little bit about that, breaking up goals into smaller goals. Very important. I got a completely separate video on that because it's so important. Very important. That cough is back. It's just not letting me go. Swallowed a fucking hairball, and I don't even have a cat. Kind of freaky. So, yeah, that is so important. Very important. Very important strategy for achieving your goals is to be able to break your bigger goals down into smaller goals. Achievable, when they say achievable in terms of SMART goals, we'll talk about that a little bit more. This video doesn't do the best job at covering the A in SMART goal, so we're going to talk about that just in a teeny weeny bit because I got extra resources for you guys concerning SMART goals. But anyway, we're going to go move on to the R in SMART.
The goal is relevant. And this step is more of a gut check to see if it fits well with your life right now. Ask yourself the following questions. Does this goal align with my long-term objectives? Does it keep me on track with other goals in my life? Will focusing on this goal pull me away from other more important goals? After thinking through this step, you should feel confident your goal is relevant and be even more motivated to achieve it. Scoring at least 90% on your next science exam is relevant because it will give you confidence in school and feed into larger goals around future education and career. The last step is to make the goal time-bound. A time-bound deadline acts as a target and helps you work backwards and set smaller steps to get there. If you set a fitness goal to do 100 consecutive push-ups but don't set a deadline to reach that goal, then it probably won't happen. Hitting a certain score on an exam is time-bound by default because there is a specific date for the exam, which allows us to break the goal into smaller steps leading up to the exam. And here's a bonus tip. If you truly want to reach your goals, then you have to write them down and look at them often. I recommend keeping a daily or weekly planner to track your progress. I put some excellent planner recommendations in the description that will help you make your goals a reality. Remember to share your goals in the comments. I'll read and respond to as many of them as I can. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Yeah, nice guy. Throwing resources in the comment section. I know another nice guy who does something similar. Yeah, on that last note, though, let's pop over to here real quick. So regarding the last note that he made in the video about looking at your goals daily, I can't second that enough. That is such good advice. And just to drive the point home, later on in the stream, towards the end of the stream, we're going to go over my own goal list so you can see how I structure it. But this page right here, my current goal sheet, it's my 1 month goal sheet, short-term goals for various different goals. See how I have it structured out, organized, see, categorized. I just call it bodybuilding. I'm not really a bodybuilder, but that's the easiest way for me, and that's easier to write bodybuilding than personal health, right? But, or, weightlifting or whatever. It's just a much easier thing for me to write. Bodybuilding, writing, investing, home, AI streaming, these goals clearly organized. And I got time limits for every one of them. June 1st, June 1st, June 1st, June 1st, June 1st. We're in June right now, right? This is my old one. Yeah, we skipped June 1st. So we'll go over and see which ones I actually accomplished and which ones I didn't. But I print this sheet out and I have it sitting right next to my chair. I got what I call my king chair. It's in my living room. The whole living room feng shui is centered around the king chair, which is centered around the 85-inch screen TV, because that's how you go about it. And right next to that is my goal list. Sits right there. So, and I look at it every day. Looking at it every day just reminds you, it helps you structure out your free time in your day towards your goals, is what it ends up doing. Once you get home from work, once you get done with the kids, whatever it is, the other things you got planned that you need to do that day, responsibilities. Once those responsibilities are over with, or you have some time in between those responsibilities, and you're like, okay, what should I do? Well, first reaction a lot of people have is to pull their phone up and start scrolling. That's my first reaction. To pull the phone up, start scrolling, or start playing dinosaurs, baby. I play shit out of dinosaurs. I don't know if Lucas is still on the stream. I don't think he is. He asked me if I played League of Legends, and I said, nope. And he said, well, fuck this. But still, if he would have asked me if I played Jurassic World, then I would have been, fuck yes, Lucas, let's hang out. So let's play some fucking dinosaurs, bitch. Like real men. So yeah, that's one of the first things I'll go to if I have free time, unless I have my goal sheet sitting right there. I can pop it up and I'm like, oh, that's right. I said I was going to finish 5 short stories this month and I only got 3. So I better start working on my short stories instead. It just keeps you accountable to yourself. So can't say enough about that. Very important point that Mr. 2-Minute Classroom here made. You definitely want to have your goal list somewhere in sight, or a planner, like he said. If planner is the way you like to go about it, then you go ahead and get your planner out and you bust ass at that. Well, however you go about keeping your goals in front of you so you can see them on a regular basis, do that. Another burp. Okay. Now, I also want to introduce you to this. I found this really neat document. It's only 13 pages. It's not a very long read. We're not going to go over the whole thing, okay? But because it goes over a lot about what we just went over in the video, right? That video was a really good, rough introduction to SMART goals. The book that I have linked in the comment section, Mind Hacking by Sir Thomas Hargrave, gives you a much more in-depth plus practice sheets for SMART goals. It is, in that book, a part of reading that book is you have to do the practice in the back of each chapter. You have to do exercises, and SMART goals will be a part of those exercises you do. So it'll give you actual real-time experience with making your own SMART goals. This is a really interesting, fun, it's a really helpful, is the right word, helpful document that I found on the interwebs that I'm going to link to you, which is more in-depth into SMART goals and where we got in the video, right? You see broken down the S, the M, the A, the R, the T, how to decide the right scope for a SMART goal, what are some good goals, like how to pick the right goals is a very important aspect that I think, we get into a little bit with the why when we start discussing the why of setting goals. But that is an important aspect that is gone over, that we won't go over a whole lot in stream, but is gone over in this document. So definitely check this document out in the description. Where to start? Here's the S, getting into specific. See, here we go. These people went over in the video said the who, the when, or excuse me, the what, the when, and the why. These people include the who, the what, the when, which were 2 important ones, but then the where and the which. The which. What's the which? Determine any related obstacles or requirements. This question can be beneficial in deciding if your goal is realistic. For example, if the goal is to open a baking business, but you've never baked anything before, that might be an issue. As a result, you may refine the specifics of the goal to be learn how to bake in order to open a baking business. Interesting. Okay, I haven't ever heard of that one before, but they throw it in there for your consideration. We did want to go down to achievable. Wanted to talk a little bit about this. The video didn't spend a lot of time on this, and they don't here neither really, but they just explain it in a little bit better way right here. So the A in SMART goals means achievable. This focuses on how important a goal is to you and what you can do to make it attainable, and may require developing new skill sets and changing attitudes. The goal is meant to inspire motivation, not discouragement. Think about how to accomplish the goal, if you have the tools, skills needed to accomplish the goal, and if not, consider what it would take to attain them. Okay, so achievable in the video set forth have a plan, which is important because I mean, this is essentially what you're doing here, right? Think about how to accomplish the goal. Well, have a plan, right? That's essentially what it is. What that the plan of your goal is the how to. How am I going to achieve this goal? Make a plan, bitch. But it also achievable means seriously considering, am I capable of making this goal actually happen, right? If the answer, hopefully you would set on a yes answer, that yes, actually, as a matter of fact, it is achievable. But hold on a second, I'm actually looking. Oh, okay, good. That's still going. Good, good. Okay, just making sure my Restream is still set. This is my first time using Restream to stream on 2 different channels at once. So I just kind of periodically taking a look at it because I don't even know how streaming works on Twitter. We're just trying it out for the first time and seeing what the fuck happens. I don't even know if the stream is like going out on Twitter or where the fuck you even find it. So, but it's out there, it's happening. So, but it is important to look and see, is your goal achievable? Like in the example they were giving earlier above, like starting a bakery when you've never baked anything. Well, you're not going to be able to start a bakery business if you don't know how to bake. That's not an achievable goal, right? So the achievable forces you to look at, is this possible? Is it possible for me to do this, right? So that is important. I wanted to put that achievable covers making a plan. How are you going to achieve this goal? And 2, gathering resources. What are the tools and skills you need? Like gathering resources is a part of making the goal achievable. But 3, is it possible? Considering that question is important. That's a very important question to ask yourself. So I will link this document to the YouTube description, as I always do, because it's a very beneficial document. Lot of really good information here, right? So we'll do that. We're not gonna go over the document though. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna dive into some tips for SMART goals. So here's 8 specific strategies that'll help make SMART goals even better. If you set all of your goals according to that SMART acronym, they're going to get instantly more achievable. You're going to instantly, I guarantee you, I will bet you monies, lots of motherfucking monies, that you are going to achieve more goals in your life if you use the SMART goal process, okay? Just what was described in that video, read through that 13 pages, you'll be a fucking SMART goal master, right? Here's 8 additional strategies for making them even more effective, okay? So let's look at it. Strategy 1, setting goals is easy, but achieving them isn't. That's the why setting SMART goals. Specific, I'd say that's the why of setting SMART goals. So you forgot a of there. Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely is the first step in making your goal a reality. Make your goal as specific as possible and express it in positive terms. Do you want to stop losing money, or do you want to start making money? How much money do you want to make? That right there, oh, I might not have gotten that. Cough might not have worked. I'm still working on the mute button. But so yeah, they're talking about, positive terms is important. You generally, I want to accomplish this versus I want to avoid this. We'll get into that here in a little bit. I have some good information on that, but that is important. You always want to have a positive view of your goals, frame them in a positive way. I just wanted to state that, but this generally goes over just your base. Number 1 is your basic SMART goal. 2, align your goals with your values. This is really good advice here. If your goal doesn't reflect your beliefs and character, then you'll have difficulty achieving it. And even if you do manage to get what you want, you won't be very happy. So this is important, man. A lot of people, when it comes to the conversation of goal setting, I'm going to go over to the grant screen, y'all. A lot of people, when it comes to the topic of goal setting, okay, when we have this conversation, a lot of people feel like adding extrinsic motivators into the equation, particularly involving money, almost like it's a bad thing, right? Like people are going to call me out for being a materialistic person if I say my goal is to make more money, okay? And so they'll say, well, it's not to make more money, it's to do this, or it's to grow as a person, or it's to be able to do this in life or that. And they'll weasel around this thing that they feel like maybe makes them sound like less of a good person. Don't do that. Don't do that. These goals are for yourself. They're not here to impress other people. Okay. You're setting goals for yourself. And if you don't set goals that align with your values, even if other people don't agree with those values, if you achieve the goal, you're not going to be happy. Okay. So set goals that reflect what you actually want out of life. A common one that I always hear, I hear it all the time on the internet, and I don't know why this is like a thing. Okay, I don't know why. I'm going to go on a rant about this, and it's kind of unrelated, but I don't care. It's happening. It's done. You can't stop it. Okay. I hear all the time on the internet from all of these fitness influencers, right? Because obviously I lift weights, right? I just got done dieting. Fitness goals are important to me in my life. Yeah. I hear all the time on these fitness channels. My favorite fitness influencers on YouTube do this shit. Dr. Mike Israetel, one of my all-time favorites. Jeff Nippard, one of my all-time favorites. And they both talk about this, and they all share the same sentiment. If you are getting into working out as a man in order to, attract more women, don't do it. It won't work. It's not going to work. Women don't like you if you have muscle. Women don't like muscle. I don't know if you knew this, but muscle is fucking ugly. You with your fucking ugly muscle, you fucking ugly, nasty, muscular motherfucker, get out of here. That's not true, dude. I don't know why the fuck this is a thing that people tell each other nowadays. I don't know what weird social thing is happening where motherfuckers as smart as Dr. Mike say stupid shit like this. No, there are absolutely plenty of women who like men with muscle. There's some women who don't. That's true. Absolutely. Women are not a monolith. Okay. They don't all like the same fucking thing. That's very true. Very true. But there is absolutely women out there that like men with muscle. Okay. They do. Now, does that mean, yes, if you grow up and be this big giant, mostly when people base this, they're looking at these silly ass, when people say this, they're looking at these silly ass, they call them studies, but they're like YouTube studies. Some YouTuber went out with his phone, showed girls a picture. Do you like this guy? And it's like fucking Brad Pitt in Fight Club. Or do you like this guy? And it's like C-Bum, the fucking, Mr. Olympia. And they're like, well, I like Brad Pitt because he's Brad Pitt and he looks good and it looks achievable. That other guy is just a giant hunk of muscle. He's Mr. Olympia. The dude has so much muscle, he probably can't wipe his own ass. And so girls are like, yeah, I don't like that. And then they're like, oh, that proves that girls don't like muscles. They fucking hate muscles, those stupid girls. And it's like, bro, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, there's a difference between having muscle and looking like fucking C-Bum. Most men, it doesn't matter how hard they work out, they will never look like C-Bum, okay? You will never look like Chris Bumstead, okay? Because Chris Bumstead is a world-class, Olympia-level bodybuilder, okay? Most of you aren't going to look like that. I'm never going to look like that. Doesn't matter how much hard I work. I could take all the steroids in the world and I wouldn't look like him because I just don't have that dude's genetics, and I don't want that goal as much as he does. I'm not going to put in the amount of work that guy puts in to become like that because that's not something I want, right? You want to go out and work out and look better so you can attract more women. Yes, it is going to work. And I'm going to tell you why it's going to work. And I'm going to tell you why all of the doctors and the people with degrees, I don't have a degree. And I'm going to tell you why they're all fucking wrong. All the people with those degrees, while they're all fucking wrong. Okay. And I'm getting we need to relax here, but they're wrong. It's crazy that smart people like this are like so intent on joining in this social conversation or whatever it is that they're doing that they're willing to be wrong, and in such an obvious way too. Okay. When you go out and you build muscle, you go to the gym, you work out, you start building some of these sexy guns right here, right? Okay. Hopefully guns sexier than that if you're really trying hard. Okay. Hopefully your guns get bigger than those. But, you go out, build yourself some muscle. You're going to look good. You're going to look good to you. Okay. And it's true. Like in my experience, most of the people who walk up to me and tell me how sexy I look in the gym, well, not sexy, but how good I look, it's mostly the dudes. It's the dudes that I've been working out with for the last 2 years to say, damn, bro, look at you and shit. You look good and shit. That looks good. Man, you fucking keep at it, bro. You know, most 99% of all encouragement that I get is from dudes. Now I got 1% encouragement. I'd say 10%. Let's give her credit where credit's due here. 10% of that encouragement comes from my cutie pie, right? My cutie pie. I come home from the gym and she's like, "Ooh, look at these muscles," and that feels really good. Okay. But before I had a cutie pie, when I was just a single dude working out, like, get those chicks, more plates, more dates, bitch. You know, no girls never walked up and said, "Wow, you look good. Keep going at it. Keep working towards it." Women don't walk up to random guys and say that in the gym. Most guys, okay? I'm sure some guys probably get that, but those are the guys who look like Brad Pitt. Most guys don't get that, right? So, they might get it from women in their life, their sister, their mother, things like that, right? My mother would tell me that, if I had a sister, she would probably give me that. But most of the time it doesn't happen. Most of the time it's your buddies, your friends that are going to give you that encouragement, that are going to tell you, "Wow, you really look like you've been working out," but it doesn't matter. Okay. The men are going to give you that encouragement. You are going to see your body get better, look better. You are going to look better to yourself. And guess what that's going to do? It's going to give you confidence. And guess what most women like? Oh, yeah. Okay. Whatever percentage of women like muscles, I don't care if it's 20%, 30%, 80%. I don't know what the number is. Don't give a shit. It is more women than that like a man who has confidence in himself. Okay. Because it's mostly men and women who like people who are confident in themselves, right? If you're a gay man, chances are you like other gay men who have confidence in themselves, who carry themselves like, "Fuck yeah, I'm a badass," or I'm awesome, I'm a good guy, or I'm this, I'm that. You like people that have that confidence. Everybody does. We are attracted to it, baby. Okay? If a man says, "I'm going to work out to help me get women," okay, it is going to work. It's going to work because you're going to go out. I have some sticky shit on my keyboard and I don't know where it came from. I don't use this keyboard for anything other than streams. I want that to be known. I don't do anything else with this computer. Oh, it's coffee. Okay. Whew. I was like, who came in here and used this computer for naughty things? It's coffee. That's what it is. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. So the reality, when people say this shit, like, "Yeah, going and working out isn't going to help you get more chicks." Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't listen to these people. I don't give a fuck how many degrees they have. Stop listening to these assholes who say this because they are being dicks. The reality is, no, you will go out, you will gain confidence in yourself, and that will make you a more attractive person. Guaranteed. Okay. So I just had to go on that rant because I don't know why all these fitness influencers are on this shit where they're telling young men, here's the thing. If your goal is to get more women and you feel like you would have a better chance with women if you worked out some more and were physically fit, write that down. You have to. As how that whole little rant applies to tie it back into what we were talking about. Aligning your goals with your values. Be honest about what your values are. Okay. There is nothing wrong with you wanting to have better opportunities with women. For fuck's sakes. Again, that's another thing nowadays where I don't know why, but it's like young men are somehow maybe made to feel, or they do feel for some reason, that it's like weird to have this goal of, I want to have more opportunities with women, more opportunities from romantic partners. That's somehow like a shameful thing to admit to nowadays. I don't know why I meet young men who have this in their brainiums, but their cranium, your brainium is your brain inside your cranium. I don't know why they have that, but they do. And that's not a bad value to have, bro. It really is. I don't know who the fuck told you that, but they were lying to you. They're not good peoples. They don't give a shit about you. No. If you want to have more opportunities with women, that is a perfectly viable goal. Okay, now look, hey, if your goal is, "Oh, I want to go out and just bang all the women I want and throw them all away and not talk to any of them." Okay, yes, your values are shitty. Okay, totally. I'm not going to stand in your corner on this one, bro. You're on your own. Okay, that's not a good goal. That's a pretty shitty goal. Okay, because you're going to end up hurting people, and that's not cool for you to do. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Going out there and having that goal of, "I'm just going to fuck as many people as I want to and throw them all away." Chances are you're going to end up hurting people. Doesn't matter what gender you are. You're going to end up hurting people. And that does kind of make you a shitty person. So yeah, okay. That one, sure, fine. But I just want the opportunity to date more people, to find somebody special. That's a very valid goal. Very, very valid goal. And if you think it would increase your opportunities to look better physically, yes, it will. And even if it doesn't in the way that you think it will from a confidence level. When you feel like you look good, you are going to approach more people. You're going to be more open to meeting more people. You're going to be less freaked out by meeting prettier people, right? When you feel like you're on somebody's level of attraction, right? Like that babe's a 10, but I'm a 5. I'm just a nasty, ugly little fucking 5 over here. I got to hide my ugly ass little fucking 5 face, right? You don't want to talk to that 8 over there. Most men, they're not going to walk over there and talk to that 8 if they look like a 5. Some guys will. Some guys are like, bro, I don't give a flying fuck. Some guys know they're funny. Some guys are charismatic. They got a lot going for them. They got money and they're like, fuck it, I don't care. I'm just going to flash out those bills. And it might work, it might not work, right? It works for some people. Some people are like, yeah, I like a person with money. Some people are like, I don't. But in any case, a lot of guys aren't going to take that. They're not going to go talk to that 8 because they don't feel like an 8. You go to the gym, you build up some muscles, you get yourself a pair of guns. Okay, son, you're gonna feel like more of an 8. You're gonna be like, you know what? I'm on that girl's level. I'm gonna go say some shit. You know, I'm gonna go talk to her. I'm gonna go say what's up because you know what? I think I deserve to talk to a pretty girl like that. Okay, and the point is just be honest with yourself about what your values are. Don't write down what you think everybody else wants you to write down. And don't buy into a lot of the fitness influencer bullshit nowadays where people's like, well, going to have muscles and gotta help. No, they can all suck a dick. They're wrong. 100% they're all wrong. Okay. So anyways, moving on. Share your goals with 3 to 5 key people. Ooh, this is a good one. This is really good tip right here. Not everyone needs this strategy with every goal. That's true. That's true. You don't need the strategy with every single goal. You don't have to share every goal that you have with everybody on TikTok, right? But almost everyone can benefit from it at some point. Ooh, let me read that again. Not everyone needs this strategy with every goal, but almost everyone can benefit from it at some point. There are certain goals that we're all going to have. We're having people to hold you accountable. That's essentially what this is. Finding supportive, positive people is key because you certainly don't need anyone's habit. Well, yeah, that's true too. Don't go. You want to pick the correct people, but that has a lot to say about like who you're including in your life, right? If you have people in your life that would sabotage your goal, I would recommend, just from my personal circumstance, this isn't like, this isn't professional advice, okay? Just personal advice. If I have somebody in my life that I feel like they would sabotage a goal, boop, you're out. You're not in my life no more, broski. You don't come over and play cards. I don't come over at the gym and hang out with you, bro. Like, you're out. That's all that it is. Like, because I don't need that kind of negative shit in my life. I would never do that to another human being in my life. I think that's very cruel. And to step in place of somebody else's personal progress is very cruel and incredibly unneeded and unwarranted. I would never have that person in my life. I would personally suggest that you keep those people out neither and only find yourself supportive, positive people like my cutie pie. She's my supportive, positive person. She knows about virtually every goal that I'm attempting to accomplish when I'm accomplishing it. I am constantly, every day, telling her what my progress is on a goal. When I seen her this morning, I told her about what I did last night, working towards my goal. Oh, I got my Twitter working, which, by the way, we should look. Is my Twitter still working? Twitter, are you still alive? Let's just check and see. I think that means that it is. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yep, it is. Okay, sweet. Look at that. Okay, so anyways, I share that with her. I share with her, oh yeah, man, I got this done last night. After you went to bed, I accomplished this thing towards my stream, right? And she does that with me. I ask her, I check in the morning. So, because she gets up earlier than me. And I said, what have you been up to this morning? Oh, I got this many squares done on your sweater that I'm crocheting. Say, oh, cool. That's awesome. Hell yeah. You're doing so good. And we both support each other like that. You need to find people like that. But it does help. There's certain goals where it helps more than other goals, but it does help to have people there to, 1, hold you accountable, 1, support you, and 3, keep up that positivity. Keep your motivation up. When your motivation might fall down because something's hard, having somebody there to keep, no, man, you got this, bro. This ain't shit. Man, you already did this much. Just do this little bit more. Having that outside voice can help put things into perspective when your goals get really difficult and tough, right? And, a lot of times the difficult and tough goals are the best goals that we ever set for ourselves in our lives. So it's important there. For those really difficult goals, those would be the goals. To me, it's necessary to have those 3 to 5 people who you can call or talk to, and they're going to hype you up. They're going to stop you from quitting. They're going to put things into perspective for you when you're emotional, and they're going to hold you accountable and show that positivity. Okay. So very important. 4, assemble everything you need before you need it. This is a good one. Prep work is vital to eliminating frustrating and running around when that can derail your progress later on. Some people, I think this is going to benefit them. Some people, I don't think it's going to. There's certain things in my life where I do want to have things set up. Like, for example, I guess for me, it's not having everything assembled. It's having some of it assembled. At least be to the halfway point in your assemblage. I'm going to take streaming as an example. When I set out to start streaming, I for damn sure got my computer and my, interface, and my camera and my microphone and my mic stand and my lights. I got lights over here and then some acoustic paneling. I got all that set up, ready to go, made sure it was all running because that's all necessities. I have the necessities ready to go. But, that's what I started with, was the bare necessities. But bare necessities. Damn it. I I have this habit now. I'm slowly developing this habit where I hear a lyric and I sing the song. That's because of Cutie Pie. My Cutie Pie does that all day long. If you say a lyric to a song, she's going to have to sing the verse. And now I'm doing it. But so anyways, yeah, all I need is the bare necessities to get going. Okay. When it comes to having better software for streaming, I got that after I started my stream. Okay. I just got a new interface in to swap this interface out to see if I can help with that fucking crackling. You guys have probably heard that happens somewhere in the stream, right? You probably heard it at least once because I still haven't got it fully done. And there is a possibility it could have something to do with the driver software of this particular interface. So I might swap this I'm going to swap this interface out and see if it works. I am in the market saving up to get a better webcam. I had to get a better mic stand. 2 weeks ago, I broke my mic stand and I wasn't able to stream for 2 days because it was a cheapo $30 mic stand. This is a Shure heavy duty mic stand. This bitch, I could take this out and pop you on the head with it and, steal your wallet. I would never do that. No. But this thing right here, like, I could use this shit for self-defense. It's heavy duty. I had a tiny bit of acoustic paneling, did like a month of streams, listened back to them and said, you know what? That's not enough of the acoustic paneling, the foam. I'm still getting too many reflections. I still get some reflections. I still want to do some really cool stuff with my ceiling. I'm going to do that cotton cloud stuff where it looks like clouds and like thunder underneath it. That would help block some of the sound out. It's not going to block all of it, but enough that it would help. How to get a rug. Might need to get a bigger rug. I got 2 little lights here that I have set up, but I didn't have this light, in my first streams. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure I got that like a week after I started streaming, right? To add a little bit of ambiance, and the back, behind me, the bookshelf and all that shit, it's going to be changed. Like it's going to, as I move forth and I have money to spend on the stream, I've thought of getting like signs, like a Cool Beans Hot Stuff sign to put back there. So little things like that to improve the stream. I don't need everything though, right? Just the basic necessities. And then I can improve on those basic necessities as I'm achieving that goal. Okay, so that's how I tend to go about it is I don't need to assemble everything, keyword everything, just most things, right? So minimize potential challenges. There are 3 key ways to prevent overconfidence and poor planning from creating obstacles down the line. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay. 1, create a complete measurable action plan, which includes all the steps necessary to achieve your goal. Don't forget due dates for each step. We'll get into that a little bit when it comes down to breaking goals into smaller pieces. We'll actually be getting into that next here in just a few minutes. 2, incorporate all your actions into your schedule. Add them to your calendar with anywhere from 10 to 20% flex time to help you control any unexpected delays. I do like adding that flex time, they call it in there. I call it leeway, whatever. But adding a little bit of extra time in there when things get a little fucky in your private life and you need to take time to focus a little bit more on certain aspect because you haven't accomplished everything you wanted to accomplish yet, it helps a lot. But having things put into your schedule. Breaking down goals into smaller goals and having them put into your schedule is very beneficial, if that's what they're saying. I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying. And then regularly evaluate your progress. You may need to make changes or adjustments as your project takes shape. Anticipate them so you won't get blindsided. I got something that I'm going to say about that later on. I kind of got similar advice, but that's good advice. Those are all 3 really good pieces of advice. 6, complete at least 1 action per day. Constant actions will propel you towards a goal. Even choosing a small task will make a dent in your to-do list and may motivate you to do even more. Yeah, here, we're going to flippity flop over to the rant screen. I'm going to give you guys my 17th rant for today. We've done a lot of rants on this stream, you guys. Lots of rants. I'm having fun ranting. I mean, maybe it's a consequence of me doing it earlier in the daytime. I'm enjoying my rant. I got time to rant. So there is I actually believe... Yeah, I believe this is in the book Mind Hacking. They go over this particular point. One little little teeny baby action every day. Just take one little baby step towards each goal in your life per day. And that's a very beneficial way to look at it. I appreciate that advice. They have a really cool story in that book, Mind Hacking. This a good way to kind of... a good metaphor, I guess, a good story to show this, right, for lack of a better word, is Jerry Seinfeld. Okay. I don't know. There's a lot of controversy around him lately, I heard. I don't know. I mean, it might have been something about, like, his wife being young or something. I don't really know. I don't keep up with, like, celebrity controversy. But regardless of what your thoughts are on Jerry Seinfeld, right, the dude's successful, okay? You can argue whatever else you want about his life, but you can't argue that. Dude's successful. Very successful comedian. And... he has a good piece of advice that's gone over in that book, Mind Hacking. Again, for the 3rd time I told you that. Just trying to sell the book, y'all. It's a really good book. You know, I don't get any money off it. I didn't write it. Just telling you, it's very, very helpful. And in the book, they discuss Jerry Seinfeld's philosophy for getting good at something. And they ask him, like, how do you become a better comedian? How do you become a good comedian? And he says, write a joke a day. He has a philosophy called don't break the chain, which is every day, write 1 joke. That's it. Just write 1 joke every day and don't break that chain. Whatever you do, do not break that chain. Make it important. Keep a running number. Okay. Keep a running number of how many days you've gone writing a joke and not breaking that chain. And be mindful of that. Okay. Don't take that lightly. Be serious about it. Don't break that fucking chain. That's kind of what they're talking about right here. There's 1 little action per day. 1 baby step per day. At the end of the month, you got a lot of baby steps. We're going to get into my goal checklist here at the end, my personal goal checklist here at the end of the stream. And I have a goal that I set out for myself last month that I didn't accomplish. And that right there is a reason why I didn't accomplish it. Did not take an action per day. Instead, it was more like an action every 2 or 3 days. And it resulted in me not getting to where I wanted to be. So that is good advice. We'll pop back over. Number 7, establish a support system. I think we kind of already went over that, with that number 3. That's kind of the whole point of number 3. Reward yourself. Cutie Pie, if you're still there, you should listen to this. I've been ragging on my Cutie Pie because she just finished crocheting this super awesome, super cute sweater. First time crocheting, and she creates a whole fucking sweater, right? Crazy. Awesome. I'm like, dude, this is worth celebrating. And she's like, yeah, no, maybe, I guess. I don't know. You know, she's super humble, super modest. And she's like, yeah, you know, I don't know. I'm just going to keep doing this. And I'm like, no, we are celebrating this. We're going to go out and eat good foods and get fat together. That's what we're going to do. We're going to just become 2 big fat piggies over this. We're going to eat as much food as we can. We're going to shabu shabu, and we're getting that hot pot and Korean barbecue next week. That's right. Next week, Cutie Pie. That's when this is happening. But yes, the reason I rag on my Cutie Pie about this, which she agreed to it, by the way, everybody, you see here, okay, I wore her down and she said, fine, Jesus Christ, we'll go next week. So we're going next week with her brother to celebrate her sweater making, her newfound sweater making abilities, right? Well, this is the reason I harp on that. Don't wait until you achieve your goal, especially if it's a long-term one. Reward yourself as you reach certain milestones. Okay, well, that's more milestone based, but something as simple as scheduling time for yourself or perhaps a special treat that you felt guilty about indulging in can keep you motivated to keep going on. Okay. Well, that certainly helps with milestones, but when it comes to rewarding yourself, we talked about this. I have another video on my YouTube, another Mental Health Monday stream that I did that surprisingly hasn't gotten a lot of traction. I need to cut that one up into smaller videos, try to help get it some traction, because I think it's very beneficial. If you're watching this on YouTube, go check out my other video called 4 Habits of Navy SEALs. Guess what Navy SEALs do? They reward themselves. When they accomplish something, they celebrate. Celebrating your accomplishments is important, y'all. You have to do it, because if you don't, you're not giving yourself one, time away from whatever it is that you're doing. You got to give yourself a little bit of a mental break there, and you're not setting it in stone. It is easier for you to forget all you've accomplished in this area of your life if you don't celebrate these things, okay? When you celebrate them, you're creating a memory that marks this moment. And so when you're thinking to yourself, gosh, I'm not as good at, MMA. I'm not as good at wrestling as these other guys, man. They're just kicking my ass. Maybe I'm just not good at this. It's much harder to convince yourself of this when I can look back and think like, well, no, there was that one time I won a competition. I remember that because I celebrated it. Yeah. I did teach myself how to do a rear naked choke, and that was hard, and I learned how to do that. Well, there was that one time I was hitting 9 classes a week. I was rolling with, there was that one time I rolled with that D1 wrestler. I've rolled with him twice, and he said I was really good. These little accomplishments, you remember them when you celebrate them. Okay. It's easy to forget them when you don't celebrate them. So celebrate them, folks. Give yourself a pat on the back, So I'm going to link this document as well. Really beneficial document, really helpful. That's going to be, this is something that I would print out if I was you. I might do it myself. I might print this shit out for myself to have next to my king chair because, yeah, this is very beneficial to know. Very good stuff. So 8 benefits to help with your SMART goals, everybody. Okay, make sure you check this out. I would even recommend printing it off of the YouTube channel. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on to one of the pieces of advice that we just went over, breaking your goals down into smaller goals. Okay. We're going to talk about this. Well, rather Chris Williamson and Andrew Huberman are going to talk about this. I think there's some controversy with Andrew Huberman too. There's just controversy with everyone. That's like the internet nowadays. Everybody's got some shit out there about them, right? That makes me so nervous to even be on the internet, Thankfully, nobody watches this show, so there's no reason for anybody to find controversy in anything I do in life, right? They're like, you're not important enough. That's kind of a blessing, right? It's kind of, yeah, that's a good thing. If I could just slide under the radar, and get followers here and there, just enough to sustain, I would be happy. But if I could stay out of that, whatever limelight it is that makes everybody focus on everybody else to try to find that dirt in everyone's life, I would be very happy, right? So I don't know. I think perhaps that's a prerequisite. You've made it once you have random people on the internet digging up your nasty past and trying to make you look like an asshole. So that might be a milestone that you made it. Anyways, Andrew Huberman, we're going to watch this fella talk. It's only a very short video. It's almost 4 minutes long, not very long. We're going to watch him talk with Chris Williamson about the dopamine power of setting little goals, right? So he's going to talk about setting little goals. Obviously, it's in the title. I'm going to bring it back after the video, and we're going to talk about why this idea of little goals that Andrew Huberman expresses here, how it ties back into the breaking down of a bigger goal. Okay, so that's how we're going to go about this. That's my plan for all y'all's. We're going to throw you over to the YouTube video. And let's do meow and yaw. Okay, check it out. Let's see what they have to say.
The fact that dopamine can be released when you set yourself a little...
When was
Oh
the
my
last time you
goodness.
felt joy
These
in your daily
fuckers.
activities?
Okay, hold
Maybe
on.
you go through your day wondering this is how you'll feel the rest.
goal
Get
and then
outta here.
achieve it. And one of the ways that you were talking earlier on about the fact that dopamine can be released when you set yourself a little goal and then achieve it. And one of the ways that you encourage your grad students is to give them a little bit of reward earlier on so that it keeps them motivated. Is this the same mentality that works during an endurance event when you want to say, I'm just got to get myself to the next lamppost, I've just got to get myself to that hill over there? Is that the same dynamic?
Yeah, we can call it milestoning. You just set some milestone. And the key thing here is that, and this is the beauty of the dopamine system, just like the stress system is generic, the fear system is generic. It's designed for a bunch of different scenarios. The motivation system is also generic. It can be to achieve the next lamppost as a milestone, or it can be 5 miles as the next milestone. You get to control that. And so it's completely arbitrary, right? I mean, one of the most brilliant things that was ever said to me by an extremely skilled psychoanalyst is so simple, and yet I do think it's the most fundamental thing to understanding oneself, is that it's all internal. Right? If you finish a marathon in first place, no one comes along and drips dopamine in your ear. You self-generate that. It's all internal. It's all about your internal representation. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't good and bad events in life, but the fact of the matter is that if you set the next milestone as just outside the distance of what you're comfortable with, and you make it there, if you allow yourself a moment to register that win, you get energy.
And for all those out there paying attention, quiz here. How do we register that win? How do we register that? We celebrate it. You took too long to answer, so I did it for you. You celebrate that win. That's what you do. That's what he's talking about. That's why I harp on you guys about that.
To then set the next milestone and achieve it. That energy is dopamine converted into epinephrine, into adrenaline. And this is why you hear these incredible heroic stories. Like, I mean, I think the movie, sorry, I hate to say it, but the movie was less good than the book, but like Lone Survivor, the Marcus Luttrell story. And actually, I think today or yesterday might be the anniversary of Operation Red Wings.
Oof, gosh, that was, what a bad example. That book ended up being completely full of poop. Like, Marcus Luttrell came out actually, just a few months ago and said he didn't even write the book. The Navy wrote the book. The Navy SEALs wrote it to cover their asses for how Operation Red Wings ended, which it ended very poorly. 16 Navy SEALs lost their lives in Operation Red Wings, which is the most Navy SEALs ever lost on a single mission. And it was a big fuck up on the Navy SEALs' part, mostly the upper commands. And upper commands immediately wrote a book and then went to Marcus Luttrell. And according to Marcus Luttrell, said, we wrote this book. You're going to put your name on it. You're going to get the money for it. But this is us getting ahead of what actually happened so we can portray this as a heroic event instead of a massive fuck up. And Marcus Luttrell even admitted that now. So bad example from Mr. Huberman here.
So all those guys sadly died except Marcus. And, you know, in the movie, it's like fast forward to where I don't want to give it away, but where he basically is the lone survivor. But in the book, it's...
Yeah, I mean, the book is literally called Lone Survivor. That's kind of, you can't really, spoiler alert with that one, yeah.
Crazy. I mean, the guy dragged himself on elbows and knees for miles and miles and miles, right? You know, that kind of ability where you hear about people walking on stubs to, you know, these incredible feats of human endurance and willingness to persist. I mean, those people were able to do that not because of glycogen or they drank their goo or whatever the triathletes are always using. It's because of nervous system.
Drank their goo. I wonder what this goo is. It's probably glycogen, but that's just an odd way to put it. Make sure you drink your goo, kids.
Energy, the ability to continue to manufacture adrenaline and keep going. And the extent to which that can continue is no one will ever know. I do believe that humans have a tremendous capacity to endure and persist, but that few human beings actually know how to tap into that system except under conditions of extreme survival. And you also hear from really good physicians, ones that aren't into woo biology or woo psychology at all, that to some extent, yes, there are people that unfortunately die in their battle against cancer, no matter what, but that the desire to continue living is a powerful force in and of itself. There may be spiritual components, there may be, that's not the business I'm in, you know, so, and how, I don't know the experiment I would do to test it, but almost certainly setting of milestones and the ability to generate dopamine and adrenaline is what allows people to persist and live longer. There's no question about that.
What's happening?
All right. So that was Mr. Andrew Huberman discussing with Chris Williamson. Chris Williamson's channel is great for this kind of stuff, right? You want some uplifting type of shit and really good interviews with really interesting people, a lot of experts. Definitely head over to his channel and subscribe to that. It's a bigger channel now. I remember when this guy was just a wee little lad, tiny little grasshopper, you know, yay big. and was only like 100,000 people. Now he's at 3.6 million. This fucking guy, right? So good for him. Good for that guy. Anyways, yeah. So here? Let's pop back over. Pop back over, meow. Okay, so hello. Yeah. So what Andrew Huberman is talking about there is the importance of setting milestones. He goes off into a couple different tangents on specific things, talking about like Lone Survivor, not a good example, because that guy ended up, what they said he went through ended up not being what he went through. I'm still, what he went through was horrifying. Like that guy did survive after watching all of his teammates get killed in battle, but it wasn't as heroic, even according to his own nowadays, what he says. It wasn't nearly as heroic as what the book and the movie with Mark Wahlberg make it out to be. That's still one of my favorite movies, though. I mean, not one of my favorites, but it's a good war movie. Lone Survivor with Mark Wahlberg. Check that movie out. Totally good. Anyways, I'm a movie addict. Anybody who comes around and hangs out for Film Buff Fridays, I'm a film addict. I love movies, so I'm going to talk about it if it pops up in a conversation. Anyways, Andrew Huberman goes over, kind of hops around a bunch of different stuff, mostly the importance of dopamine, right? Which is fine. That's good to know. When we're talking about goal setting, what we're talking about here, dopamine definitely comes into the equation. What the metaphor he's going for here, or not even the metaphor, the real life scenario that he's going for here is being in a very long sort of endurance race or some sort of endurance physical test of whatever, endurance-based physical, what's the word? Endurance-based physical activity. There we go. That sounded professional as shit, right? Me, Mr. Andrew Huberman here, speaking through me. Anyways, he's just talking about something like that and the importance of setting milestones for yourself as you're going through that endurance, right? When you get to the point where things are just grueling and hard and I don't know if I can do this, man, it's too difficult. I'm just going to run another 20 paces. I'm just going to run another 20 paces. I did it. I made it. I'm just going to run another 50 feet. I did it. I made it. Breaking that really big goal down into smaller goals is really beneficial. And it's really worth getting in the habit of doing that. That is a habit you can grow. That's a habit you can create. And there is one place where it is really, really easy to help build that habit. And it's the gym. Okay. In the gym, you will get into the habit of being in the middle of your exercise and your workout and you are dog ass tired. You are just, your body hurts, your muscles are on fire, you're tired, you're hungry, you got to fucking take a shit and you just like, oh man, I smell bad. I'm all sweaty and stanky like, and I just want to get out of here and go home and do my thing. But I just got 3 more sets. 3 more sets on bench press. My chest is already completely blown up. It's destroyed, but I got to get these 3 more sets in. You will naturally, okay, not naturally, I guess, but it is the perfect opportunity for you to exercise this frame of mind. Being in that, under that bench and pushing and being like, okay, I just got to get 10, that's 7, I can do 3 more, 8, I can do 2 more, 9, I can do 1 more, there, boom. And then racking the weight and say, okay, I just got to do 2 more of those. I can do 2 more of those. That's easy. I can do 2 more. I can do that. That's all I got to do. All I got to do is 1 more set. Okay. And you do that 1 more set. You'll break this down to when it gets really painful. The more physically painful or stressful or hard or difficult or emotionally difficult a particular goal or task might get, you will notice yourself breaking them down into even smaller and smaller sections. So when you're really, your muscles are hurting, you're doing a cluster set or something kind of like the Mike Metzger, is that his name? Metzner? I forget how to pronounce the dude's name. He's famous for the HIIT workouts where you just go until you just absolutely can't go anymore, past the point of failure. When you're working out like that kind of with that level of intensity, you're at a point where just getting the bar up once, okay, is a huge achievement. And you will be breaking that last set down into individual reps, right? Where it's just get 1 more, I get 1 more, breathe, I can get 1 more, I got it, just get 1 more, boom, okay, I got 1 more, just breathe, I can get 1 more, just go slow. Your focus will cut itself into the tiniest little bits where you are just focusing on the eccentric, then focusing on the, eccentric and the concentric. of the movement, right? You're literally breaking one rep down into different, to the eccentric and concentric portions of the movement because you're in so much pain. I'll tell you where I guarantee you have done this in your life is at work. It sucks to be at work. You ever been at work 8 hours and you're like, I really don't want to be here. This job sucks so much. It's so tough. I'm so bored. Whatever it is, guess what your brain does? What does it do? It starts breaking the day into small increments. Like, okay, I got 2 hours until lunch. I can do 2 hours until lunch. I can do that. You get to lunch, you're like, okay, I'm already halfway done with my day. I only got 4.5 more hours to go. I can do this. Okay. You get back on the floor and you're like, oh my God, 4.5 hours. I'm going to fucking die. I can't do this for 4.5 hours. You're like, you know what? I'm going to do 2 hours and I'm going to take a piss break. 2 hours and I'm going to go to the bathroom and take like 5 minutes to myself and just ease up. I can do that. I can do 2 more hours. Okay. And then you get those 2 hours done. You're like, it's 2 more hours and then the day's over with. And those are like the best 2 hours of the day because you're like, I'm almost there. I'm so close. I can definitely get this done. Okay, it's the same process. Same process Angie Huberman is discussing. The reason why that works is because breaking your day down into those tiny increments makes a overwhelming thing more bite-sized, easier to consume, and instead of accomplishing one whole day of work and getting the dopamine hit at the end of the day, you accomplish 2 hours. And then you give yourself a dopamine hit. Like you said, dopamine is all how you frame the situation. If winning in a local jiu-jitsu tournament isn't a big deal to you, then winning in a local jiu-jitsu tournament isn't going to give you a dopamine hit. You're going to be like, okay, whatever, that's nice, but I don't really care, right? If Cutie Pie, you get to a point where you're like, making a sweater isn't a big deal and I don't care, it's not important, then guess what? Making a sweater isn't going to make you feel good. The chemical dopamine is not going to release in your brain. It is you who decides this is what's going to release my own dopamine. And if you decide, no, making a sweater is fucking badass, that's a cool thing to accomplish, you're going to get a dopamine hit from that. So when you break your day, your work day down into 2 hour increments, right? Every 2 hour increment, you're giving yourself a dopamine hit versus one big dopamine hit at the end of the day. And that's what keeps you going through the day. You see what I'm saying? And that's how taking a big goal, right? We are talking about goal setting here. We're not talking about endurance works out. That's not the point of the stream. Goal setting here. Taking a really big goal, like getting to 15% body fat in 4 months, okay? Breaking it down on a month by month basis. This month, my goal is to hit 20%. This month, my goal is to hit 18%. This month, my goal is to hit 16. This month, my goal is to hit 15. Breaking it down into those increments gives you more dopamine hits. Every month, I get a dopamine hit. Instead of just saying, well, once I hit 15% body fat, I'll succeed. Then I'm happy. It's no. Every 2% I go down, I get a dopamine hit. I accomplished those 2%. Now I just need to focus on the next 2%. Now I just need to focus on the next 2%. I just need to lose 10 pounds this month. That's all I need to lose. That's all I'm focused on. Okay. Some people would look at losing 44 pounds in 4 months and being like, eesh, that is a little bit too much. If you've never gone through a cut, you would be like, ooh, God, that sounds like that sucks. And it's like, well, yeah, if you have to focus on losing 44 pounds, that's going to really suck. But if you just focus on losing 8 pounds, 10 pounds, it doesn't suck. That's not bad. That's much easier. And then you focus on losing another 8 to 10 pounds, and that's not bad. It's much easier. Then you focus on losing another 8 pounds, and so on and so forth, right? So that's the importance. That's why that video was important. That's why I wanted to share it with you. The importance of taking bigger goals and cutting them up into bite-sized chunks gives you more dopamine hits, gives you more milestones, also makes it easier to measure, as we said earlier in the stream, gives you measurements of progress. You know if you hit this baby goal, this little teeny tiny little baby goal, you're on your way to achieving the bigger goal, which amps you up and gives you more confidence that I am going to hit that bigger goal. I've accomplished every little teeny baby goal that I got, right? Cutie Pie, every square you crochet, right, is a little baby goal. And once you hit that baby goal, you know, you're like, okay, I can do it. I'm one square closer to that bigger goal. And that bigger goal seems more realistic with every little baby goal that you accomplish. So that's the strategy there. That's important. Before we continue with the stream, I do kind of want to go over what we went through. We went over, you know, the importance of goal setting. Okay. So that's important. If you're just joining the stream, then definitely, you know, check the beginning of this video on YouTube, or I guess you can check out the VOD on Twitch if you're on Twitch. And I don't know how it works on X yet. First day doing it. I don't even know if it's really streaming or not, to be honest with you. So whatever, that might not be on there. It might be. But in any case, definitely want to go out, check back and check the importance of goal setting at the beginning of the video. The importance of being able to categorize your goals, what goals fall into specific areas of your life, because that's important for goal organization, which we're about to get into here at the end of the stream. We're going to do that. You can't see my screen. That's fine. Okay, whatever. We went into SMART goals. I gave you a good rough estimation of what that looks like. Remember, though, that I linked that document. I'm going to be linking that to the YouTube page, so go check out that 13-page document that gives you much greater detail and depth on SMART goals. Also consider looking into that mind hacking book, which is going to give you more in-depth on SMART goals and actual real-world practice. That's what the book is for. And then oh, yeah, you still can't see my screen. That's right. Then we went through some good strategies to apply to your SMART goals. The importance of breaking goals down. Okay. Just went over that. That's where we stopped. From this point forward, we're going to get into the importance of reverse goal setting. Reverse goal setting is another very important and valuable strategy for goal setting that is very worth your time to understand what it is. So reverse goal setting, I got a video here and an article that we're going to read. So you got a good understanding of what reverse goal setting is and how to implement it in your goals. We've already kind of went over it a little bit. Hint, hint, right? One of the videos we watched went over it a little bit. We're going to get into, I got just a brief article here, really, and it's just one section of this article that just gives a good estimation on the why. Remember, we talked about that earlier. The why you've set this goal for yourself is one of the most important aspects of a goal. If you can't be, like I talked about earlier, right? When I was talking about the working out, I went on my whole little rants about the working out to get more women thing that people seem to have an issue with nowadays. Like, why it's important for you to be honest with yourself about your values and how this goal relates to your values. If your goal is making money, some people will be like, yeah, that's a materialistic goal. You're kind of a bad person. And, it doesn't matter what other people say about your goals, bro. They're your goals. Fuck what other people's opinions are of them. Be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. And we're going to discuss a little bit about that in the why section. And then we got tips. I got a study here. This is a really cool study. I can't even go over the whole study because it's so long, but it is a really good read. I haven't even read all of it because it's so long. But we are going to go over some of the tips that they learned from this study. The study has some really good pointers to give to us about achieving our goals. And then I got some here. I'm going to move this back here. Then I'm going to give you some of my personal tips for achieving goals. There are some things that I personally like to do when I'm working towards goals. And so I'm going to give you my 2 cents. These are just personal things that I do when I like to achieve a goal, right? So it's not, the be all end all of tips, baby. I'm not like the fucking tip master over here, but I will give you some of my own personal pointers. And then I'm going to go over and show you about that organization of goals that we were talking about earlier, right? I'm going to show you how I organize my goals just for a frame of reference. So you can kind of see real world idea, what that kind of looks like and why that having categories for goals is important and how you can structure and organize all those little tiny bibby goals that we talked about just now. Yeah. That I just harped on. Why it's important to have bibby goals that lead to a bigger goal and how to organize all that in a way that you can actually see it for real firsthand. This is what it means, right? And then if we have time, because I'm actually already 20 minutes over my usual stream time, but I'm having fun talking about this, right? So fuck it. I'm just going to keep going. I got some extra tips for you guys. Okay. We got this lady right here. Look at her. She looks very excited to tell you guys about her 3 science-backed goal setting strategies. I'm going to be honest with you. I only watched halfway through this video, but just her first 2 science-backed strategies were good enough that I was like, okay, I should probably include this video. Even if we don't get through the whole video, I'll at least include it in the description to the YouTube video, but I think we'll at least get a good rough estimation of her tips. And then I'll also link this. I don't think we're going to get to this today, but this was just, we already went over this article at the beginning of the stream. You'll remember this, the difference between performance goals, mastery goals, therapeutic goals, all that good stuff. And then goal setting, how to goal set with academic performance. No, that's not it. 10 evidence-based tips on how to set goals. Okay. A lot of this is kind of already going over what we've been over, but there was some specific ones in there. So if we have time, I'll do a rough run through of it. Sure. Fine. We'll do that, but that'll definitely also be linked in the description of the YouTube video. So you guys got a lot of material on this, that's going to be on this YouTube video for you guys to look into. If you miss a part of the video, if you missed a part of the video, you don't want to watch a fucking 3-hour long video. Okay, fine, fair enough. I'm not that handsome of a guy. I get it, fine. But lots of resources for you guys to look into. And you're going to want to look into this right here, this 13-page document that I have here that I found. Come on, let's go faster than this. Okay, well, we made it. Caterpillar pace, but we made it. This University of California SMART Goal how-to guide, you're definitely going to want to check it out. It's only 13 pages. Not pictures, sorry. No pictures included, all right? This isn't a fucking hustler, you guys. But it is very beneficial information. Not a whole lot of information. It's just chocked full of good information to really break down those SMART goals. Because we didn't go into super in-depth. We watched a 4-minute video. It was a good video. Really gave you the easy peasy, lemon squeezy skeleton of those goals. But this document right here is really going to help break down get in depth with you. Okay, so definitely check that out on the YouTube channel, and it's just going to be in the description. It's free. I charge you nothing for these things, son. So just go in and click on it and save this, print it off for yourself so you have it, and do yourself a favor in your life. That's what it's there for. Anyways, despite all of that, like I said, I'm a little bit over my stream time. Right? This is around the time in my stream where I stop, I say goodbye, and I go take a really nice, long, enjoyable pee. And I'm going to keep going. We're going to truck along because we have some really awesome information to cover. So I want to cover the rest of it because it's really important stuff. I want to have it on the YouTube for people to watch. I think it'll be very beneficial. So I'm going to keep going with the stream. But before I do that, I am going to go and enjoy that really nice long pee. I also need to refill my coffee because I'm out of coffee. So I'm going to go ahead and need to go do that. So I'm going to go do those things. It's only going to take a few minutes, guys. We're talking like 2 minutes, maybe max, say 3 minutes. Give me a little bit of that leeway time, right? But in the meantime, y'all can take a gander at this really delightful screen right here. And I am going to go pee and refill my coffee. So I will be right back. Stay tuned. All right. Testing, testing my microphone. 1, 2. Okay. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and hop back over here. Okay. That was a nice, long, enjoyable peep. So, thank you for letting me have that. We're going to go ahead and jump into, let's see, I believe it was reverse goal setting, right? Okay. So, reverse goal setting is another strategy. It's separate from SMART goals. SMART goals is a specific process for setting goals in your life. And this is another process for setting goals in your life. But you can combine the two. I do. I combine reverse goal setting with SMART goals. And having just discussed the concept of breaking big goals down into big goals, right? We just talked about that with Andrew Huberman. This reverse goal setting, this is the next logical step in our conversation, right? This is going to be the next important thing for you guys to understand, because this is how you're going to find those small goals. This is how reverse goal setting is essentially how you're going to start those little baby goals, right? So let's go ahead. We're going to read a teeny tiny bit into this. Sorry, I'm checking make sure my stream's still going, because using the Restream, it's working really good. I don't know if anybody else has used Restream, but it kicks a lot of ass. It was really good. So, okay, a new approach. There is a simple but lesser used method of goal setting that can be equally powerful. Okay, like what? Let's see here. I was going to start there, but oh yeah. In planning, most of us would usually start building our plan from start to finish, right? I mean, which makes sense. If you're planning how to do something, you plan with, okay, this is where I start, this is where I end, right? Fair enough, yeah. What do you have to do first, second, third, and so on? And by what date does each step need to be completed? You know, this is all pretty standard stuff. We talked about all this, right? Earlier in the stream, you know, planning it out, make sure you have a date for each milestone, all that good stuff. This is a solid form of personal goal setting that works very well. When combined with the golden rules of goal setting, ooh, what is that? What is this here? I must have skipped over this. Golden rules of goal setting. Oh, that's why I skipped over it, because you needed a private, or you needed a premium resource. This premium resource is exclusive to MindTool members. That's right. Okay, yeah. So the backward process, they gave that to us free. That's why I didn't get it. I was thinking, gosh, why didn't I dive? Well, we can't. That's why, because I'm not going to pay for it. But anyways, you have a motivating formula that can help you actively move yourself forward. Yeah, it is important to have that plan. That plan is a very important thing. We've already went over that, though. That's not new to you. You guys are fucking goal setting pros here. So, you know, we don't need to go over that. However, there is another simple but lesser used method of goal setting that can be equally powerful. And for some people, I would even say it's more powerful, right? It's called backwards planning. Okay, reverse goal setting, backwards planning, same thing. Backward goal setting or backward design, and it's used quite often in education and training. The idea is to start with your ultimate objective, your end goal, and then work backwards from there to develop your plan. By starting at the end and looking back, you can mentally prepare yourself for success, map out the specific milestones you need to reach, and identify where in your plan you have to be particularly energetic or creative to achieve the desired results. So it's literally how our brains normally go about planning things out is forward, start to finish. This is going opposite, finish to start. It's just reverse goal setting. You're still setting a goal, and it's a forward thinking goal, but you're reversing how you get to that point. You're going from the end point back, right? Kind of like post hoc rationalization. You ever heard of post hoc rationalization, where somebody makes a claim and they don't know if it's true or not, but then after they've made the claim, they try to justify it? This is kind of like that, except not as toxic. This is good. This is healthy to do this sort of thing. Okay. You start with the end point and then work your way up to that end point. When it comes to finding goals or setting goals, that can be very beneficial. When it comes to making arguments, not so much, a little toxic, right? It's much like a good presentation when the presenter tells you where he's heading right at the beginning. Then, as the presentation unfolds, it's easy for you to follow the concepts and think critically about what's being said. If you have to figure out the main points as they come, your energy is often used up just trying to keep up. Interesting. The backward planning process. Here's how it works. Okay, so this is reverse planning in a nutshell. Step 1, write down your ultimate goal. What specifically do you want to achieve and by what date? So like I said, we are going to take this and map it on what they're giving us here, this roadmap. We're going to take it and map it on to the process of breaking down big goals into little baby bite-sized goals. That's the process we're going for, right? And how we're going to go about that. So you start. Step 1 here, write down your ultimate goal, okay? For us, and for our purposes, we're going to retool this. It means to start with your long-term goal. So start with your 10-year goal or your 5-year goal or your 2-year goal, whatever you consider long-term, because we talked about those categories earlier. Categories are going to be different from person to person, right? So start with whatever you consider to be your long-term goal. Step 2, see, this is why organization, this is literally what this is about. I harped on organization earlier. I harped on it till it probably made you sick. This is why I did so, because this is right here. This is organization is what this is. This is just a different or more unique method for organizing your goals. Okay. So step number 2, ask yourself, what milestone do you need to accomplish just before that in order to achieve your ultimate goal? What do you have to do and by when, so that you're in a position to reach your final objective? So the example they give is by January 1st, 2029, I'll be the key accounts director for Crunchy Chips International. And the milestone that they're going to need that comes just before that is by September 30th, 2027, I will have to have successfully completed the executive training program offered by Crunchy Chips International. So now, this is an important note that I want to make in this process right here. Okay, if you're setting for a 10-year goal and it's something really, really big, okay, like let's, for example, take one of my 10-year goals. Okay, we're going to take my goal list. Time to pop this baby up. I've been waiting for this. This is my moment to shine, baby. No, not really. But okay, here in 10 years, let's pick a good one. Let's say writing. Okay, I believe my 10-year goal for writing is I want to be making money off of being a published author. I want to be able to have a good enough income to live off of just from my writing alone. Okay, so now, again, where we apply like the SMART goals to this, right? It's got to be a little bit more specific in that. That's kind of, again, I'm forgetting the specifics is why it's not so specific. I'm forgetting some of the more important details there, like how much money do I need to make would be how you get more specific, right? I need to be making this amount of money, which, hey, for the record, I do have that, but it's in a document somewhere else that I haven't really looked at a lot because it's 10 years away. Give me a break. Okay. But I want to be making a certain amount of money, have a dollar value assigned to that amount of money per year off of my writing career. Okay. So that is a good solid goal. Okay. It's specific. I know what I want. I have a time frame for it. We know the what, and the what has a quantifiable measurement applied to it. So that makes it measurable. We know the when, 10 years. And we know the, we don't know, I guess, the why. The why is a separate idea for why that is. That's something that I understand. I don't have to put it in like the basic goal. But the idea is like, yeah, I want to do this because this, I have my own reason why. But it's a good specific goal. Okay, so we got our SMART goals accounted for. Now we're on the achievable aspect of it, right? We're making a plan for it. Okay. When it comes to those bigger goals, long-term goals that, for me, I don't know anybody who in my personal life who's making a good enough living off of writing to really know what the next big step is. Okay. And this is the importance of backwards planning. I want to express this to you. A couple things. One, you might not entirely know what that second milestone is. The first milestone, right? Because this is, if it's a 10-year goal that you're starting with in step 1, you're going to have like a 7.5-year goal as your first milestone, right? Notice here, 2029, 2027. There's a 2-year difference between those goals, right? So you're going to, your milestone before that is going to be in that time frame, 1 year, 2 year, depending on how long the goal is away, right? If it's, a 2-year goal, then obviously your next milestone would be closer to, your first milestone would be closer to around 1.5 years away. Yeah. So somewhere in that time frame. Usually you can go by quarters is a good way to go about it, but you don't have to. In any case, it's going to be difficult to really tell what that is in a lot of circumstances, right? Like what do I need to accomplish in 7.5 years in order to be making enough money to making this amount of money off of my books or my stories in 10 years? What needs to be accomplished in 7.5 years? And there's some good options you could put there, some good guesstimates, right? Like, well, I would need to be published. I would have to be published, but need to be on a publisher, either be publishing my own books or having somebody publishing my books for me. But if that's the case, then, is 2.5 years of being published enough time to build up that kind of repertoire? Would I be able to build up that kind of fan base that I'm actually making enough money? Or should I maybe have getting published as my 5-year goal instead? And then there's another milestone I need to hit by 7.5 years, like getting a book on the New York Times bestseller list, right? Maybe that's a better goal. Okay. When you're in this territory, you're closer to this 10-year goal. It gets very difficult to know what these next milestones ought to be. And there is an answer for that. You can roughly put what you think the goal should be. That's viable. That's one way to do it. Like I said, there's good ways to do it and there's better ways to do it and there's shitty ways to do it. A good way to do it would be to, let's put the goal down, whatever we think it should be, and we did learn from our 8 strategies of SMART goals that we went over, right? One of those strategies, I believe it was the 8th strategy, actually, if memory serves me correctly, which a lot of times it doesn't because I did smoke a lot of weed in my youth. It was one of those 8 strategies, though, said you need to remain flexible, right? You need to be able to, you just have to understand that milestone, when I get closer to it, I'm going to have a better idea of whether or not it's actually I can accomplish it. Okay. You might run into a thing where it's like, look, I'm at year 7.5. What I need right now is to have at least 3 books that are published. Okay. And then I'll be making enough money, but I'm not there yet. I'm not going to accomplish that by year 9, which means by year 10, I'm probably not going to accomplish my 10-year goal, but it means that I would be able to accomplish it by year 12. Well, that doesn't kill anything. You have 8 years of accomplishing goals up to this point. At this point, you're like, well, I've accomplished so much by this point. It doesn't matter if it takes me 12 years that instead of 10. That makes no difference. The point is that I accomplish it, right? So I do think it's a perfect viable strategy to remain flexible with these goals. It's okay to just write down what you think would be the best. And as time goes forth and you continue getting closer to those goals, you'll have a better idea of whether or not that's an acceptable goal to have in that place, or if you should swap it out with something a little bit more achievable, right? Because you're always going to have to ask yourself that question: is this goal achievable in my current circumstances? Okay. And your circumstances are going to change. Here to 10 years, a lot about you is going to change, Sonny boy. Doesn't matter who you are. It's just going to change. They always do. It's inevitable. But there is a better way to go about it. The better way to go about it would be to go call published authors. Go find published authors. Go on Reddit. Go on the interwebs and talk to people who have published books. In chat rooms, go to writers groups in your local city, whatever. Get yourself in contact with people who do know what you need to achieve before you get to that point where you're making enough money off your books. Find the people who have achieved the goal that you want to achieve. Get yourself in contact with those people and ask them, what did you have to achieve before then? I'm writing out my 10-year goals. My 10-year goal is to make enough money off of my books that I'm to make enough money to live off of my books, this amount of money. You're doing that. What was the milestones that you had to achieve? And they will be able to tell you, well, realistically, I didn't start making that kind of money till I had 3 published books. That's reality. Okay. That I wasn't able to achieve that goal until I started self-publishing. That was a big milestone for me. Okay. Now your milestones aren't going to be the exact same. Everybody has a different path in life. Okay. 2 people can end up at the same spot and went completely different ways about it. If you know anything about like bodybuilders and lifting weights, anything about that technical aspect of weightlifting, you're totally going to know this, right? You'll have Arnie Schwarzenegger over here who dedicated himself to, like, I don't know, but I think he did full body 5 times a week exercises, completely different programming than Dorian Yates or Mike Metzger, who did Metzner, whatever his fucking name is. He did HIIT exercises, right? Bro splits with HIIT intensity exercises, 30 minutes to an hour in the gym every day. Arnold Schwarzenegger's 4 hours in the gym, full body workouts, right? Two completely different methods for getting to where they got. Okay. Dorian Yates, Arnie Schwarzenegger ended up in the same spot being Mr. Olympia, but they went completely different routes about it. Okay. Your route to achieving some major 10-year goal is arguably, I mean, realistically, it's going to have to be different than other people who achieve that same goal just because you're different fucking people, right? This is one of those common sense things that you don't think about because it seems so obvious, but it is worth hearing somebody say and really hit you. So you think, oh yeah, that's good. You know, again, you probably already know this, but sometimes you just need somebody to say the obvious. Captain Obvious is in fact a superhero. Okay. I do say some things that get you thinking. And so it's important to have somebody say those obvious things to you sometimes. So it makes you think about them. So just because things are going to be different between you and another person who achieved this 10-year goal doesn't mean that you can't, it's still worth it to ask them, what were the milestones you hit on that 10-year goal of yours? And that's going to give you a more realistic idea of the 7.5-year milestone. Okay. So I really wanted to set that at step 2 is where a lot of people drop the reverse goal setting. I know this because this is where I initially dropped reverse goal setting. When I first learned about reverse goal setting, I was like, oh, fucking cool, bro. I can't wait to take this new toy home and play with it. And then I got to step 2 and I was like, well, I don't know what the fuck to put here. You know what? This is kind of dumb. I don't want to do this no more. And I dropped it and went about my regular way of structuring my goals, which was fine. But once I finally got back into reverse, I'm like, okay, let's give it a second go. Let's see if I can actually do this. I did it my second time, and that's when it started clicking. Okay, you know what? I'm going to either have to set my 7.5-year and 5-year and 2-year milestones, not really knowing if these milestones are entirely achievable, but I'm going to have to maintain that flexibility. Okay. And I already told you how we're going to get into a little bit more of that. That is a personal piece of advice for me. Flexibility is very important to me in goal setting. Okay. It's one of my humble pieces of advice that I add to the conversation. But this is an opportunity for me to stay flexible. Okay. Or this is an opportunity for me to go out, do research into these bigger long-term goals, meet the people who achieve these goals, and know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. That's huge. That's a big fucking deal. If you go out and you do that and you make the effort to do that, which for the record, by the way, I haven't made nearly enough effort to do that. I have ran into the people who have published books and are making enough money off their books in chat rooms, which means I also could have just been talking to a random ass bot. Okay. I could have just been talking to some fucking fat, bald, Cheeto covered guy covered in Cheeto dust sitting in his mom's basement, just making shit up. Right. It's the internet. You don't really know if the people you're talking to are actually the person you're talking to. Right. So it's possible that I haven't ever met a person or talked to a person that is a published author, but I have ran into published authors on the internet and asked them these questions. You know, there's still way more research I could do, going out and joining writing groups in my local city and meeting up with people and then meeting the published authors in the group and saying, hey man, can I buy you a beer and just fucking, you know, pick your brain a little bit? Cause I'm making this 10-year goal list. And your experience would be beneficial for me to know what is a realistic 7.5-year goal, 5-year goal, right? So there's a couple different strategies for you to employ when you hit this second step that'll help keep you in the game, right? Instead of having you give up. Okay, just wanted to share that with you. Continuing, step 3, work backwards some more. What do you need to complete before the second to last goal? So you kind of already get it. Okay, again, the example. By March 2027, I will submit my application for the executive training program, yada, yada, yada. Okay, you're kind of at this point by step 3, you know, you guys are smart. You're smart motherfuckers out there, right? You know, you already know what step 3, step 4, step 5. It's going to continue to as many steps as you want. Step 4, work backwards again. Oh, are you surprised? What did you need to do to make sure the previous goal is reached? Okay. So you get the process. Step 5, continue to work back in the same way until you identify the very first milestone that you need to accomplish. So there's a couple notes to make here real quick. Not going to be like my last rant, real quick rant, teeny tiny little bit of rant. You can, this mindtools.com here, I'm going to link this in the description, of course, obviously. Mind Tools is working backwards from milestones. What milestone do I need to achieve this milestone? Then what milestone do I need to achieve this one? Then what milestone do I need to achieve that one? And then what milestone do I need to achieve that one? You can also work back on it in time constraints. What do I need to achieve in 10 years? Okay, what do I need to achieve in 7.5 years to make that 10-year goal achievable? What do I need to achieve in 5 years to make that 7.5-year goal achievable? What goal do I need to achieve in 2.5 years to make that 5-year goal achievable? Okay, so you're still working back in milestones. It's just, in a lot of times you're going to get to the same points. It's going to be slightly different though, because it's just a different way, a different perspective to look at it. Try both and see which perspective seems the most realistic and beneficial to you, right? But you get the gist. You are working backwards to set the long-term goal. When you read a backwards plan, it doesn't look much different than a traditional forward plan, because really at the end of the day, it's not. They're both setting out a long-term agenda for how you're going to achieve a long-term goal. However, creating a backwards plan is very different. You need to force yourself to think from a completely new perspective to help you see things that you might miss if you use traditional, forward-looking, chronological process. This can also help you avoid spending time on unnecessary or unproductive activities along the way. Furthermore, it highlights points of tension within the plan, showing where you'll need to be particularly creative to make the next step successfully. Not sure entirely about that, but that's what they claim. In any case, I do think it's beneficial to do your forward planning and backward planning. Why not do both? What the fuck is it going to hurt, right? I prefer reverse planning and then looking at it from a forward-looking perspective. Are these tasks doable in these time frames, right? So now you know, you got the step, you got the process. Here is Mr. Justin Sung to talk about the power of reverse goal setting. And I'll admit, I haven't watched this video. It's only 30 seconds though. So, you know, it's not going to hurt us to watch it. It's got a lot of views. What were we at here? 1.1 million subscribers. Okay, 10,000 views. That's not insane. But 1.4 million subscribers. Mr. Justin Sung here clearly knows what he's doing. He's got the secret sauce for something. This is only a 30-second video, so let's just hear what he has to say about the power of reverse goal setting. Give you a little motivation. Let me really sell you on this. Oh, you need to be in the YouTube screen. And there you are. Okay. Mr. Justin Sung, everybody.
In 2017, I started working as a junior doctor. I just did not feel like I had control over my life.
See, that's the, what do we call that? Quiz time. That's your locus of control. That's what that is. You took too long to answer. Locus of control.
Soul and energy was just being completely drained. What do I need to do to make it work? And this is when I use reverse goal setting. And by using this method, I was able to create a plan and a structure of exactly how I would spend every single day and every single week to get to the goal that I wanted to get to. I was able to create this map. And this is a map that eventually became the basis for the I Can Study learning program, which is now used by thousands of people around the world. Since then, I have felt so much more control of my life.
Okay, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Today's
Nothing
story is
extraordinary
actually going
there.
to tangibly impact you.
But it is worth noting, right, that this backwards planning, let's pop back over here. Hi again. The reverse planning, reverse goal setting, one of the big reasons why this is important, why I show this to you guys, fuck balls, why I show this to you guys is because it does help with that locus of control. Having any plan really helps with your locus of control. It's going to help you. It's going to make you feel like you do have the power to enact change in your life. And that's important to your self-esteem. That's important to your psychological well-being. And it's important to you actually achieving your goals. Okay. But reverse goal planning, okay, you know, any kind of planning is good for that. Like, you know, any kind of planning is good. It's going to help with that locus of control. Reverse goal planning, for me, the big reason why I like it, the big reason why I implement it, why I think it's so much more powerful than just forward planning alone, because like I said, do both of them. Doing them both, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no rules against this. You're not, you know, going to get thrown in goal setting prison for doing them both. So do them both. Why not? It's no, can't waste your time. It's not going to hurt anything, right? So plan forward and plan backwards. You see what I'm saying? But the reason why reverse planning is so much more effective than just forward planning by itself is because when you're reverse planning, you're going to get questions that you have to answer. Is this the next goal? What do I have to achieve in 7.5 years to make sure that I can achieve this in 10 years? And the question everybody gets to is, I don't fucking know. A lot of times that's the answer. So I don't fucking know. Well, you better go out and you better figure it out and you better learn. Okay. What reverse planning forces you to do is research, baby. Research, or it helps you understand, at least puts you in a frame of mind. If you don't want to do the research, fine. You're like Mr. Anti-research. You're like, fuck that research bullshit, Tony. I don't need it. Get it out of here. It's pretty much communism. Fucking research, all you commie pinko fucks. Okay, fair enough. Fine. No, you don't like the research. Okay, cool. But it does, if you're not going to do the research, even if you do the research, it is also going to force you to accept a perspective of flexibility, where you have to admit, look, I don't know if that's actually achievable in 7.5 years. I don't know if I actually have to achieve that thing in 7.5 years to achieve that in 10 years. You know, I really don't know because, hey, you know, and I don't want to do the research. I'm not a communist. Don't do research. But it forces you to accept this perspective of, I'm going to have to write this down and remain flexible. Okay. And flexibility is important. Like we're going to get into that here in a second. That's one of my personal pieces of advice that I give to you for free, I might add. No, it's just a personal piece of advice that, you know, I want to give to you guys because it helps me, right? And that's what we're talking about is goal setting. So yeah, flexibility is important. Reverse planning puts you in a perspective to accept flexibility in your goal setting. And it puts you into the frame of mind where it can force you to do research. You know, it can force you to research your goals a lot better and get a better idea of how achievable it actually is. And any amount of research you do is going to help inform your plan that much better. That's my reasons why it's important. But all planning is important because it does give you a sense of control over your future. Okay, so there it is. Now we're going to get into the why. So let's pop back over here. Hello. And okay, so this article going over SMART goals. Okay. So it's mentioned right here. See, SMART goals. I'm not lying. SMART goal example, right? And this whole first part of it just talks about SMART goals. We're going to talk about the why. Remember, we watched that video, okay? And when we're setting up the S to our SMART goal, be specific. We have to at least minimum think of the what it is we're going to accomplish. Remember, and you should express it in some sort of quantifiable terms. We need to think of the when. We need to give it a time frame when we're going to do this by. That's also the T in SMART, by the way, was time-based. And then we want to think of the why. So let's talk about that why for a second, okay? Why talk about the why? This is where the why of our goal comes into play. Crawford says if you know your why, then it's easier to keep the big picture in mind. For example, your goal may be to walk more often. Why is walking your goal? Is that because you really value your vitality and your mobility and you want to keep up with your children? Is it because you really value connection? So the morning walk you have with your partner is really important to you. Is it because you want to improve your overall health so that you can go on a big hike or a trip that you have planned? Crawford says thinking about why you really value something and what the long-term picture is can really help you maintain progress on your goals. Okay, so doesn't sound like that's a lot. It isn't a lot. It's a teeny weeny little bit of baby lot. You know, it's a tiny little paragraph there, but there's a lot in there for us to talk about. Okay, so first thing I want to point is Crawford says thinking about why you really value something and what the long-term picture is can help you maintain progress in your goals. Okay, so that long-term picture is, again, a big part of the reason for the planning ahead, making the 10-year goal and reverse planning the 10-year goal. Makes you think about that 10-year picture. Thinking about the long-term picture helps you with all the tedious little baby goals that you have to accomplish, right? So just another thing in favor of making those plans for your goals, particularly long-term plans, right? Just wanted to point that out. But so having a why, okay, and having a why, and we already discussed why it is important for you to be honest with yourself about your why. It has to gel with your value system. If it doesn't, then you're going to give up on it, okay? If you've convinced yourself that, oh, it's stupid to say that I want to go work out so that to impress women because all these fucking fitness influencers say so. You know, if you try to create a different why that you don't believe in, you know, I see people do this all the time. Well, I'm working out for my health because I want to be healthy. And it's like, well, that's great. And they're like, yeah, and I'm on steroids. Like, okay. All right, yeah. You want to work out because you want to be healthy, and that's why you're doing steroids. Sounds like someone's full of shit. Just a teeny weeny itty baby bit full of shit. Actually, a lot of full of shit. You stink. You smell like shit. It's up to your elbows and shit. No, you're full of crap, bro. You are not taking steroids to be healthy. You're not in here working out because you give a fuck about health. Okay? You're lying. And it's weird for you to lie about this unless you're ashamed of why you actually are doing this. And I guarantee you, most of those guys who are in that position where they're saying, well, yeah, it's for my health. You know, I just want to be healthy. And then they're fucking steroids, blah, right in the leg. You know, chances are they probably are doing this for girls. And they don't want to say it because there's so many fucking fitness influencers that are like, that's stupid. It doesn't work. Girls hate fucking muscles. They're gross. Whatever this weird shit is that these fitness influencers are on nowadays, like, the reality is that's not true. You know, and this is why it's important for you to just be honest with yourself and not give a fuck what other people think about your values in turn as far as setting your own goals go, man. You know, you got to be honest with yourself about your value system, what it is you value and why it is you're doing it. And if it really is true, if you go out there, do the research and look into it and you're like, you guys, it's true. Women don't like muscles, it turns out. They think muscles are gross. They see them and they're like, ew, it's a spider. It's a muscle. Gross. You know, if that's how, you know, if you've done the research and you're like, wow, it is true that women find muscles disgusting. Okay, maybe I shouldn't. Then you know now this goal is not going to help you. You're going to achieve this goal and you're going to end up being disappointed. You're going to end up being like, well, fuck, I went out and worked out and got big and muscular, and girls don't like big and muscular, or it's not a thing. So I guess, fuck, I just wasted 5 years of my life and just pinned a bunch of steroids into my ass. And now I'm fucked. This sucks. This is totally not what I wanted to accomplish. You know, so if you do find out that this is why the why is important, okay? And why you being honest with yourself about your value system is important. If it turns out that, yeah, this isn't how you accomplish that, then go figure out how to accomplish that. It's going to help you completely change your goals all the way around, right? Another thing that I want to point out, you know, and I already harped on that a lot earlier in the whole stream. I had a whole rant about how it annoys me with this whole, like, this idea that everybody keeps putting out there about that particular subject. So you can go back and listen to it in the YouTube video. I want to move on to something else in regards to the why the why is important. Okay. The obvious one is it keeps you adhering to your goals. Okay. But more so for me personally, personal, we talked about it a little bit, intrinsic motivations, okay? When you are creating the why to your goal, there's intrinsic motivations and extrinsic motivations, and we discussed this. Intrinsic motivations are internal motivations, like it's going to make me happy. I'm curious about this. I want to learn about this thing. It's going to make me satisfied to know that I am good at playing the guitar, you know? Whatever it is internal motivation to do something. That's internal. Extrinsic motivators are external sources of motivation: to get money, to get a promotion, to win in a competition, to be considered the best at something, so that really hot girl over there says hi to me, whatever it is, bro. Okay. Like external motivators, internal motivators. Okay. When we're talking about the why of your goal, a lot of people will tell you, so many people, some of you are probably even thinking it right now. Well, obviously, it's better to have intrinsic motivators, right? Wrong. Totally wrong. No, you know, I mean, I don't mean to be a dick about it, but I personally believe you're completely and utterly wrong. No, actually, it's better to have both. Why not? What's the big deal? Like, we're going to go to fucking goal setting jail if you have extrinsic and intrinsic motivators? Have both. Set them both out. And organization, write that shit down next to every goal. What is your intrinsic motivation to having this? Okay, like say, you know, again, goal on my, let's just go back to mine just to have it. Finish cut at 15% body fat by June 1st. Okay, what is my why, you know, for that goal, what's my intrinsic motivation? Well, cutting down to 15% body fat, the internal motivation for that is that makes me feel confident about my own body. At 15%, look, when I finished my bulk, I was 230 pounds. You're going to ask my cutie pie. I was walking around like the Michelin Man. Like, oh, geez, you know, like I had to carry groceries up the steps. I'm like, oh, it's too many steps. You know, I got like 5 steps in front of my fucking house. My staircase is like 5 steps. I get to the 5th steps. I'm like, who put all these fucking steps here? You know, I'm like, fucking asshole steps, embarrassing me and shit. You know, like I'm just a big fat ass and I don't feel good about myself. Now, I like the fact that I just built a lot of muscle, but I built a lot of fat with that muscle and I don't feel good. My joints don't feel good. Ask my cutie pie. I snore. I have to sleep on a ramp because of my heartburn. When I'm big like that, at 230 pounds, 5'10", 230 pounds, I snore like a motherfucker. All that fat just right there. I just, sorry, just all night long, just pig ass fucking noises, man. I swear to God, you thought you were sleeping in a pig pen. I'm just over there just making all kinds of crazy ass animal noises, right? It's not enjoyable. And I wake myself up because I normally don't snore. When I hit like 215, I'll get to a point where I'm like sleeping and I'll hear, and I wake up like, what the fuck was that? It was me. It was you, fat ass. You woke yourself up because you're fucking snoring like a damn pig over there, And that happens because, my body, it's just at that weight, my body's not used to being at that weight. So I don't feel good. The intrinsic motivation for cutting down to 15% body fat is I feel better about myself. I feel good. I feel happy. I feel more confident. I have more energy. All of this is intrinsic. It's from the internal, man. This is all things that I benefit from. Doesn't matter if the rest of you see it or not. Okay. If the rest of you are like, oh, Tony, man, 185 pounds, little fucking tiny, skinny, little fucking butt wipe, I don't care because I feel really good at 15% body fat, whatever the weight is. I feel much better. I'm much more loosey-goosey. I'm happier. I got more energy through the day. Those 5 steps, I'm beating those 5 steps asses. I'm walking up those 5 steps like, bitch, I barely even noticed you, pussy. Like they mean shit, but that is the intrinsic motivation. And the external motivation for that is, the external motivation would be like, I look better, right? I don't look like a fat ass. I feel like other people would think that I look better. Okay. That would be an external. And I don't know what group that would go into. The primary motivation for hitting 15% body fat is I now get to go on another bulk. That's the next step. Right? If I'm reverse engineering this, okay, reverse goal setting, I have to accomplish 15% body fat before I can accomplish 245 pounds is my next goal. I'm going to bulk all the way up to 245 pounds, baby. And before I can get there, I have to get to 15% body fat. And then I can bulk up to 245, right? So I don't know if I believe that would be intrinsic for the more or less, intrinsic. But, having both an intrinsic and extrinsic goal is awesome. I think that's great. Have them both. But, I would recommend having them both, but just again, the most important thing is just being honest. That's what it is. That's the best advice I can give to the why is honesty, man. Just be honest with yourself and fuck what other people think about your why. It means nothing. As long as you understand the why, that why is what's going to keep you going when shit gets really hard. And that's really the end of the day why it's so important. That's why the why is important to me. When you understand your why, and that why is important to you, it is a part of your value system, okay? It is important to me to, let's look at, okay, I mean, like, we'll get into this, man. Like, let's do a fucking rant. Let's do it. I'm almost, I'm past 3-hour stream in this bitch, but fuck it. We're going to rant some more, okay? I'm going to hit 4 hours with this stream. It's going to be my first 4-hour stream, okay? But I'm going to hit this rant for you guys, okay? So, personal story, personal information here. Not super personal, not like weird personal, right? Like this isn't going to get into like weird territory, right? Where you're going to start cringing. But I want to show you, this is good for representing just how thought out your why can be, how deep it can go, and why it's important to know this, okay? My physical fitness goals, okay? Why am I going to bulk up to 245 pounds after I just got done bitching about how much it sucks to be at 230, how my joints don't feel good, how I sleep like shit, those 5 steps in front of my house beat my ass every time I walk up them? Why do I want to hit 240? 245 now. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why did I cut? I don't like dieting. I don't like sitting over there on my couch while my cutie pie is eating all this amazing Asian food that she cooks. She just cooked these meatballs and curry sauce. It smelled so good. My whole house smelled like this amazing meatballs and curry, and I want some, and I'm over there in my little tiny pathetic king chair just nibbling on my little fucking baby cracker. Why do I do that to myself? Why did I do that to cut all the way down to 15% body fat? It's my why. And my why isn't that I want to be a bodybuilder. It's not my why. My why isn't that I want to go get chicks. I promise you, cutie pie, I already got all the chicks I need, right? Okay, my chick can make me sweaters, all right? So my chick's way better than your chick, okay? So, just a joke. But I have my why. My why isn't to go get girls. My why isn't to go impress anybody. My why isn't to get bigger than anybody. There's no bigger than, there's nobody who I want to get bigger than. There's no competition here. I'm not bodybuilding, anything like this. Okay. My why comes from when I was young. Okay. And I know this from therapy. Spent a lot of time in therapy. We've already went over this multiple times on stream. Don't need to go over it again and tread more water. But in therapy, I had a huge realization, a big milestone for me in therapy was realizing that I wouldn't call it it certainly wasn't a body dysmorphia. It wasn't that extreme. Like it definitely wasn't a disability or not disability. What do they call disorder level? Okay. But there was my perspective of myself was fucked and it wasn't correct. And it wasn't aligned with reality. The reality was I could sit next to a person that was 5'8" and feel smaller than them. Even though I'm 2 inches taller than them, I would physically feel like I am smaller than this person. I feel like I'm looking up to somebody who's 2 inches shorter than me. I would be at normal weight for a guy 5'10", 185 pounds, and I would feel so tiny and skinny. I felt like a little tiny baby, little skinny dude like this, like nothing, hula hoop through a Cheerio, right? Type of skinny, kind of one of that kind of skinny, right? And there was a mental thing there where I perceived myself as being much smaller than the people around me, even when the people around me were physically, obviously smaller than me, objectively smaller than me, yeah? And this led to a lot of insecurity, but even fear of the fact that everybody's so much bigger than me. I can't help myself in this world full of giants, right? I'm feel like motherfucking mini me over here, I feel like I'm like helpless. If this dude chooses to kick me, he's just going to pump me like a small little helpless football. If, somebody attacks me or something, I'm not going to be able to take care of myself, right? Because I feel so much smaller than everybody else. And this came from a whole bunch of stuff that happened in my childhood that we don't need to go over all that bullshit. But, you develop a perspective of yourself and then it sticks with you. And especially when you're a young adult, a teenager getting into a young adult, you don't really even think about it a whole lot. This is just the way you see yourself. You don't even think of that in terms of, is this correct for me to think of myself this way? And where did it come from, me thinking of myself this way? You just think, oh no, this is just who I am. This is just me. I'm just a small guy. And that's how I thought of myself, as a small dude. And certain points in my life, I was a small dude. That's a part of where it came from, I was a small dude. At one point in my life, I was 5'10" and weighed 115 pounds. Okay, I was doing some extra shit to get there. Let's just say that, right? I didn't get there with dieting. Let's say that, yeah. Okay, so, that's small, man. I was like hula hoop through a Cheerio. I almost could touch my fingers around my waist. I could almost squeeze my waist like that. That's how small I was. Okay. Nasty skeleton skinny, right? Real gross. Like, that being in that position really mentally fucked me up on an emotional level. And I ended up seeing myself much smaller than I really was. And so a huge part of my locus of control, like I said earlier, I completely fucked up my locus of control in my life, right? At some point in my life, in addition to feeling smaller than everybody else and helpless, like some tiny little cute, helpless kitten, I also lost my locus of control at some point and felt like there's nothing I can do to control my life. And a huge part actually of me ruining my locus of control was going into gyms. It was a common pattern in my life. Every time a girl would break up with me or I'd break up with a girl, usually it didn't end up really well. When I was young, I had a really bad habit of picking really bad people to date, right? Just wasn't really good at that yet when I was younger. Pretty good at it now, I gotta say, my cutie pie. Pretty damn good at picking winners now. But back then I wasn't, okay? And I picked some real losers. A lot of young people do this, right? A lot of us do this at least once or twice when we're young. I had a really bad track record of that though, yeah. So I thought you'd like that, cutie. But in any case, the pattern that I would fall into was girl would break up with me. I'd break up with her. Usually she'd cheat on me and I'd break up with her. And then I'd be like, oh, I'm going to show that bitch. I'm going to go in the gym and I'm going to lift tons of fucking weight. I'm going to get real big and sexy. And then she's going to feel like shit over all that. Okay. Except I'd go into the gym. I'd work out 8 months, 9 months, a year, and nothing would happen. I wouldn't actually get bigger. I wouldn't build muscle. Okay. And that would just destroy me. It would completely break everything, and it would ruin everything in my life. I would completely lose hopelessness because I feel like I lost my locus of control. I'm doing all this work in the gym. I'm sweating my ass off in the gym and getting nowhere. None of the work that I do means anything. And there was other things in my life that had gotten to that point. And I'm going to tell you why I got to that point, because I couldn't, a huge part of me not accomplishing anything, even though I was working so hard in different areas of my life, was because I wasn't setting goals out for myself properly. That's why the goal setting is so important, man, because I didn't know how to properly set goals. I couldn't achieve those goals. It didn't click with me when I did achieve a goal. I mean, at one point in my life, dude, I was like upset that I like felt like I didn't deserve to be working in recording studios. And it never even clicked to me till I was long out of working in recording studios because, you know, I lost my hearing and just got sick of it and had to focus on other things in life. It wasn't till years after that that it clicked to my head, dude, I graduated from my audio school at the top of my class. I graduated with a 4.0 GPA from my audio school. Man, out of the there was 24 kids in my audio school that I went to, 24 kids per class per semester. And at one point we got 2 classes together, 48 kids, and we're all sitting there. And the teacher says, who in here wants to own a recording studio? And almost every kid raises their hand. There was like 3 of us that didn't raise my hand. Guess who? I didn't raise my hand. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, I don't want to own a recording studio. The truth was, I wasn't honest with myself with my goals. I didn't want to own a recording studio. I didn't want to work in recording studios. I didn't want to record. I wanted to make my own music. Okay. But I did not have a support system for that. I did not know where to go out to get that kind of training. I didn't have anybody that wanted to show me or could show me how to do that. I grew up in buttfuck Wyoming. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to go about getting that. And I was too scared to tell people that that's what I wanted to do. So I lied about what I wanted in my life and ended up on a goal path that got me somewhere else. And all these kids in school raise their hands. I want to own a recording studio. And the teacher says, more than likely, statistically, there's only one of you out of all 48 of you that'll actually end up owning a recording studio because that's how difficult it is to do. Okay. Well, guess what? What was that? 8 years later, right? Guess who owns a recording studio? The biggest commercial recording studio in Denver, Colorado, I might add. And I own a recording console, okay, a 4056 G Series SSL. That's an over $250,000 mixing console, the exact same mixing console that we all learned off of, that we all learned in that audio school. I own that, not that exact console, but that model of console. I bought one for myself and had it in my recording studio. I ended up being that one guy that owned that recording studio. And it didn't matter because still after all of that, I had convinced myself that there was nothing I could do and I didn't deserve to be in the music industry. Okay, because I was horrible at setting goals. The fact that I had accomplished these things meant nothing to me because I never celebrated them. Cutie pie. Hello. Celebrating, okay, is important. Never gave myself a chance to feel good about those things, right? So I have no locus of control in my life. And I feel very small. I go to therapy, learn these things about myself, learn what I have to do. The reality is there's only one really, the most important, best way for me to restore my locus of control and change this perspective of myself as being small is to work out. That's it. And it's not bodybuilding. I don't ever want to be a bodybuilder. It's getting big. It's getting muscular. That's it. It's pretty simple. When I accomplish that, I see the work that I'm putting in the gym. It means something. My locus of control is back. I hit 15% body fat when I'm gonna. Guess what? My locus of control is back, baby. I'm back, baby. Austin Powers? I got my mojo back, baby. Yeah. Right? There I'm at, right? I got my mojo back. And, you know, I'm getting bigger. I got to tell you, dude, the first time that it was in the gym. I was rolling with a college wrestler. And we stopped rolling for class and we got out and he told me, he's like, hey man, can I give you some advice? And I said, yeah, dude, obviously, like I'm here for advice. I suck at wrestling. So give me all the advice you can give me, bro. I'm here for it. And he says, you and me, we're big guys, right? And I go, huh? I'm a big guy? Like, did you just say I'm a big guy? And he says, well, yeah, dude. He's like, what are you? Easy 215? I was like, yeah, I'm 220. He's like, you're a big guy. I'm like, gee, thanks, man. I'm like, got a fucking hair in my eye and shit, bro. Fucking, that meant the world to me, dude. That really meant the world to me. Like, it kicked me in the ass to finally hear that. It was a big fucking deal to me, dude. And that was, you know, again, there's external validation right there, right? So there is an extrinsic point of aspect to this goal. It's not all intrinsic. There's extrinsic aspects to this as well. But that, man, was a huge moment in my life. I'll remember that forever because that emotionally meant a lot to me. Okay, I had beaten this vision of myself as being this small, helpless guy. I'm talking to a D1 college wrestler that I just got done rolling with, and he does not see me that way. He is looking at me like, bro, you just wrestled a D1 college wrestler. You're 220 pounds. You're a big tough guy, bro. That was complete reversal of how I'd ever thought myself almost my entire life. It was a big fucking deal. It was a big fucking win. That is why. That why right there, man, that why goes all the way back to my childhood, you guys. That's how fucking deep that shit is, man. That's like therapy shit, right? Like, that's like I got back in my mind and really just pulled that shit apart to find out what makes me tick and how I'm broken, and, you know, hit that to see if it works now. Like, I really went into my fucking engine and figured out what all the parts are and what's broken and what I need to fix it. And that why kept me going. I mean, it's kept me going. I've been in gyms, you know, ask my cutie pie. I'm on this shit, working out multiple times a week. I got a 2-week break now, okay, because I take my breaks. I finish my 15% body fat, my cut. Cool, I'm there. I get my 2 weeks to relax now and not work out. And then here in 2 weeks, once I get back into bulking, I'm going to be ready for it, right? Mentally primed to get back into all that difficulty and that hardship. But I've undertaken this for years now. I started this when I was 28, 29 years old. I'm 35 now. 7 years straight, I've been working at this. And sometimes I was successful at it. Sometimes I wasn't. I've had to do a lot of adjustments on it. The truth is, I just don't build muscle very quickly. I just don't have a good genetic build for that. Okay. It's just the way it's the luck of the draw. That's all it is. That's nobody's fault. It's just how it is. Some people can build muscle incredibly fast and some people don't. And I just don't. And that is what it is. But I have built up enough muscle and am building up more muscle to, in spite of the fact that my body isn't primed to build muscle like that, in spite of the fact that I am a hard gainer like a motherfucker, baby, in spite of the fact that I've been doing this for 7 years straight, okay, that why keeps me going. It'll keep me going. It'll keep me going the rest of my life, you know? So that's how important the why is, okay? That's how, and why you need to sit down and really think about the why to your goals. Don't just write something down like, oh, I'm doing it because, yeah, that's good enough. Man, dive into that shit. Really dive into your brain, man. Really get inside your head and find out how you're fucked up. Get real with yourself. Get in your head and figure out what's fucked up with you and pull that shit out, man. Figure out what makes you tick, what makes you who you are. And you're going to find what your goal, you know, if you use that as a basis for your goals in life, your why is already figured out. And those are some of the most deepest whys that you can ever possibly think of. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to understand that. That's what that rant is to say, right? Giving you just a personal story on how that can end up being so important and how to go about it. Okay, so there's my rant. All right, so we went over our whys. And I'll be honest, we got geesh, I'm almost at 4-hour stream right here. We're going to save some of these tips for a little later in the stream if we have time. We're going to go over some goal chasing rules. Okay, these are 3 of my 3 personal rules that I employ or when I'm out chasing a goal. I want to share them with you guys because I think they'll be very beneficial. You guys will get a lot out of it. These 3 goals right here, I used to have this exact piece of paper taped up on my fridge. I still have it. I was printed off. I don't have it taped on the fridge. I should tape it back onto the fridge because these are important points to learn, right? So there's 3 points here. I think there's a 4th point that I need to add to this list that I'll go over to. But 4 things for you to remember when chasing a goal. These are 4 important pieces of advice for me. And remember, we always talk about this. They're 4 important pieces of advice for me. For me. They don't have to be important to you. Okay. They might not work for you. This advice, like all advice, it is personal. And these are things that really benefited me when I was on my, out there trying to accomplish my goals. They might not help you. Okay. So, but it's worth still knowing, man. It's worth looking into, and it might be something beneficial that might help you out. Okay. Looks like my stream is still going. Good. Awesome. Okay. So let's go into the first one. I call this the first quarter playbook. Okay. when you first start anything, new, and by anything new, I mean like when you're first diving into any new skill set, right? So this is really for the novices out there. When you're diving into any new skill set, there is going to be a period when you do the work but won't see any results, okay? Given that story I just told you about lifting weights, you see how, okay, well, how this meant so much to me? This is normal, and it must be conquered in order to continue to the next step, but it will pass, okay? Remember when you're in this phase, 1, to focus on the process instead of the outcome. 2, the first quarter, this phase of your goal is all about doing your reps instead of reaching that long distance end goal. That's not what you're thinking about. You're thinking about just doing your reps. 3, be happy to be in this phase, know what it is, and know that you're on your way out of it, okay? So, first quarter playbook. I call it that because this is like the first quarter of the basketball game, right? First quarter of the basketball game, everybody's getting loose. Everybody's getting warmed up. They're maybe testing each other. Think the first round of a UFC fight, right? They're just throwing jabs out. They're just getting a feel for each other's reaction time, their style, how they feint, how their head moves. They're just figuring it out, but they're getting their reps in, right? They're throwing those punches out there, testing the waters, okay? They're taking shots here occasionally to see what how the other guy reacts to that, right? They're taking little bits of their game plan and they're implementing it to see how the opponent reacts to that. Okay, but they're throwing up those shots in a basketball game. You're throwing up your shots. They're going down. They're running down the court, right? Everybody's full of energy, so they're going fast now, and they're dropping that ball in the hoop, and they're adding 2 points here, 2 points there, 2 points here. They're adding little bits of points here and there, right? 3-pointer here, 3-pointer there. Okay, that's fine. But at this point in time, it's still too early to tell who's gonna win. Okay, anything can happen here, bro. You can have, motherfucking Michael Jordan and LeBron James and all the greats over here on this one team, and then the fucking Looney Tunes over here. And, anything can happen, bro. Anything can happen. LeBron can twist his ankle. Okay, Michael Jordan can catch a fucking fly ball right in the dick, and boom, they're out. Now shit's more even, right? Anything can happen. Okay, so you don't really know how it's going to end. You can think but you don't. And when you're in that game, it's up in the air. If this is anybody's game at this point, it's the first quarter. It's anybody's game. You don't know how the end outcome is going to be. You don't know what your strategy is going to have to be for the third quarter yet. You don't know what your strategy is going to have to be at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Right now, just get in your reps. You're building a skill set. We're talking about building a skill set here. Just get in your reps. If you just started skateboarding, skateboard every day. If you just started riding, ride every day. If you just started playing guitar, play guitar every day. Okay, if you're just start crocheting, crochet every day. Get in your reps, okay? And as far as long-term goals go, that's not important. Again, have them set up. Yeah, chances are that 10-year goal, if you just started skateboarding, you got a 10-year goal, you probably don't know jack shit about skateboarding or the industry enough to really make a legitimate 10-year goal. But remain flexible. We're going to have that here in a second, okay? Remaining flexible. But still, you can have your 10-year goal, but don't focus on that goal right now. Okay, right now, what you need to be focusing on is getting in your reps. Just be happy to be doing it. Focus on the process of those reps. Okay, focus about consistency. Focus on doing about it every day. And right now, just enjoy it. Because here's the thing: when you are first going into the gym to lift weights, that's your new work. You're going to get big and muscular, baby, just like your hero Tony, right? Just like your hero Cool Beans, you're going to get big and muscular. Okay, when you get into those gym, that first year you're in the gym, dude, you are not going to be lifting a lot of weight. Okay, and it doesn't take a lot of weight for you. It doesn't take a lot of stimulus for you to get good results. It doesn't. You can go in there, do 2 or 3 sets at like 50% of your 1 rep maximum, and you're going to build muscle, baby. Okay, enjoy the fact that right now it's easy. Okay. Don't make things harder on yourself than it needs to be. Like Cutie Pie, like you just learned, man, you're excited about this sweater because this pattern is easy. Keeping it easy, right? All you got to do is enjoy it, man. Enjoy being in this stage because this is as easy as your goal gets. The beginning is the easy part, okay? A lot of people say the beginning is a hard part because that's when you have to build up. No, the beginning, especially when it comes to skill building, that's the easy part. Okay, going into the gym, when you first start, you don't need a lot of stimulus to build muscle. Okay, when you first start skateboarding, man, that's when it's funnest. That's when it's going to be its most funnest, man, because you're new to it and it's so exciting. There's all this potential, all these crazy new tricks you can learn, right? This is the best part. This is the best moment to just chill and have fun. Okay. So when you're first starting, you're on your life goals, you're building your skill set, first quarter playbook. It's all about reps. Go out, do it every day, and enjoy yourself. Yeah, have your 10-year goal. Sure. Know that 10-year goal is probably going to change because you don't know shit about shit right now. And it's fine to not know shit about shit. Enjoy not having to know shit about shit right now. Just relax and have fun and enjoy learning this skill set. Because right now it doesn't take a lot for you to learn things. In 5 years of skateboarding, the kind of tricks you're going to be learning in 5 years are going to be infinitely more difficult than the tricks you're going to be learning now. And you're going to have to work a lot harder at those tricks, okay? So right now, just enjoy the fact that all you have to learn is the fucking ollie. It's easy. You can learn this. You can do this. Enjoy that, okay? First quarter playbook. Enjoy it. Focus on your reps. Focus on consistency, okay? 2, life hurdles. I call this piece of advice life hurdles. When attempting any goal, there will be hurdles and problems that pop up in your life that are unrelated to your goal, okay? But will make your goal more difficult to achieve, right? So this is health issue, okay? You have to put in extra work at your job. Your fucking car breaks down. You got to go get the tire changed. Now you got a big bill you got to pay for. You got to go put in extra time at the job. You were sitting down every night. You had it. You're like, I got you, Tony. I fucking got you. 4 hours a night. I'm going to sit here and play guitar. Consistency, repetitions up the ass. I promise I'm going to have fun. I'm going to do this thing. And now you get to a point where you can't spend those 4 hours per night playing guitar, son, because you got to go work at your job because shit got fucked up. Life hurdle. Life threw a hurdle at you. It threw a curveball at you. It swung that curveball and it just got you right in the fucking balls. And now you're going to have to spend some time limping to the dugout and resting your nutsack. Okay, life hurdles, right? You see what I'm saying? Remember, these hurdles will pass. And because they will pass, they are temporary. Whatever the hurdle is, it's temporary. They are not viable reasons to stop at your goal, okay? Never put your goal down. Never put this new skill set down because you don't get to go at it the way that you wanted to because some life hurdle stepped in the way, okay? If you need to put more hours at your job and you can't play guitar for 4 hours a night, okay, play for 15 minutes if that's all you can do. But play for those 15 minutes, dude. Do that. Do not put the guitar down for any reason. Have those 15 minutes a day. Guard those 15 minutes with your fucking life, all right? Make sure you at least get those 15 minutes, okay? And in fact, there's actually studies about there, specifically I know from playing guitar, there's studies out there that actually show people who do just 15 minutes of guitar per day will actually stay with that goal of getting better at guitar longer than the people who immediately start with 4 hours a day. I mean, for one thing, when it comes to physical issues, your body needs to change and it needs to adapt to it. And with guitar, anybody who's played guitar will tell you, you're going to slice up the tips of your fingers. If you're playing steel string guitar, especially electric guitar, you're going to slice up those fingertips, bro. You ain't going to be playing for no 4 hours a day. If you try to play 4 hours a day, that guitar neck is going to be bloody. All right. So you need to give yourself time. Again, another good example of this is in the MMA gym. So many times I go at the MMA gym and I'm going in there, especially when I first started, I'm only going 2 classes a week. And I'm talking to people, they're like, bro, you can't realistically get better off of 2 hour-long classes a week. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Like, that's your opinion, man. But, whatever. I don't care. I didn't fucking ask you for one thing. But also, I don't give a shit, okay? This is first quarter playbook. I am not here to get better at this moment. I am here to create a habit. I am here to get my reps in and create a habit and enjoy myself. That's all I'm here to do. All you kids who come into here, and I see it all the time, 4 hours, 5 hours. And hey, I worked my way up to that. There was a time where I was hitting 3 hours a day in the gym, 3 hours a week just on wrestling and jiu-jitsu, and then a couple hours of kickboxing, right, per week, right? There's a time I worked up to that, okay? But I did it for a year before I got to that point. You see what I'm saying? A lot of those young kids, they come in, they're excited, they're learning to kick people's asses. Oh, I'm going to fucking be the baddest, man. And they just go at it. And God bless their hearts. They're excited, man. They don't give a fuck. They just jump in there, man. And it's 3 hours a day, 5 days a week until they fuck themselves up. Until they fucking rip their fucking knee open, until they break their ankle. Seen that shit happen. Ooh, it's nasty. When an ankle pops, it pops. It is like, and it's not like that. It is like, it pops, right? And like something just happened to somebody's body that was not supposed to happen. You can tell from the sound, like something painful happened. Then the very next sound is like a fucking wild animal screeching, and you're like, yep, something happened, right? You don't want that to be you, right? These kids go so hard that they end up fucking their bodies up. And then they're done. They're done with that goal forever. You know, in 3 years, you might see them and they'll be like, oh, they'll tell their friends, yeah, man, I used to do jujitsu and wrestling. Well, I got out of it because I hurt my knee, dude. That's a dangerous sport. And it's like, well, yeah, it can be a dangerous sport for sure. It was dangerous because you were coming in 3 hours a day, 5 days a week with no rest, okay, on top of a job, on top of working out and shit, okay, and you fucked your body up, okay? That ain't the sport's fault, that's your fault, okay? So, you know, all that is to say, there is a lot of evidence and a lot of proof and a lot of common sense that says, you know, starting small when you first start helps. 15 minutes a day, you're going to stick with it longer than the guy who plays 4 hours a day. You know, you definitely want to work your way up to being the guy who plays 4 hours a day, because that's getting in those reps, baby. You know what I'm saying? But when you're just starting something new, especially something physical, just 15 minutes is all you need. You know, it's all you need. So, but remember that. That's all you need, okay? When life hurdles hit you, when life just comes right up and just made you look and kicks you right in the fucking pecker, right? You still got to go home with your sore ass dick, and you got to sit down and play those 15 minutes of guitar. You got to do that. Do not give up on your goals just because life got hard. You're going to have moments where you come home and you are sad as fuck, dude. Your girlfriend broke up with you. You got fired at your job. Somebody in your life passed away. And you don't feel like playing guitar, man. You don't feel like writing. You don't feel like going to the gym, dude. You feel like sitting down and crying, you know, because life is hard and life gets there. We all been there. Everybody's been there, okay? You want that time, you know? And I mean, take that time. Take that time. You need to take a week, whatever, week, 2 weeks, you know, especially, you know, a parent dies, something like that. Then, yeah, no, obviously healthy. You need time to let those emotions play themselves out, right? But, man, you know, you got fired from your job today. Your girlfriend broke up with you. Take those 15 minutes, bro. Just take that 15 minutes. That's all you need. You don't have to do 2 hours. Don't sit here and write for 2 hours. You know, you need time to process your emotions, process those emotions. But dude, even if you're bawling over your guitar, right? Still sit there and play guitar. Just get those 15 minutes in. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just nothing in your life can stop you from achieving this goal. Can stop you from, again, that one baby step a day. We talked about that. Okay. Jerry Seinfeld's Don't Break the Chain. Yeah. Don't break the chain. Just 15 minutes a day. All you got to do is write one little fucking tiny joke. It doesn't even have to be funny. Just write the joke. If you're a writer, all you have to do today is write a sentence. That's it. It doesn't even have to be a good sentence. It just has to be a sentence. That's it. That's all you have to write. Just do it. No matter what happens in life. Any hurdle that happens in life, it cannot stop you from moving forward. It just can't. Okay. If you trip over that hurdle, it's fine. But you get back up, and if all you can walk is 2 more steps before you collapse, that's what you got to do, okay? But never let a life hurdle stop you, okay? My third good piece of advice, half measures. This is just a reminder to stay flexible, really, okay? Aforementioned life hurdles, as well as other extenuating circumstances, will at some point force you to put forth less focus, effort, and time towards your goal than you would want to, for whatever reason. When this happens, it is important to accept it and adapt to it. Do not use it as an excuse to drop your goal altogether, okay? Just because you can't give the full 120%, 110%, 100% that you want to give doesn't mean that you stop, right? We already talked about that, okay? But remember, stay flexible, okay? That's a huge part of making sure those life hurdles don't fuck you up, okay? That's a huge part of those 10-year goals, 7-year goals, 5-year goals that we talked about. You know, you're going to have to stay flexible. Even if you do all the research in the world, right? You're going to need to stay flexible with those goals, okay? Because they're going to change as you get farther in your industry. If these are a career goal, okay, as you get, you know, like I talked about, 10 years, want to be selling enough of my writing to make good money off of it, enough money to survive. I got a certain amount of money set down because I did my SMART goals, right? I was specific about it, so I know what I'm doing. That's still going to change. What I think I need to be, where I think I need to be in 7.5 years is going to change. You know, it's going to change because I'm going to learn more about the industry. Next year, I might know more and I'll be like, oh, that's not a realistic goal for 7.5 years. Or I can accomplish that goal by the end of next year, right? Stay flexible. Stay flexible, particularly with those long-term goals, and especially with life hurdles in your life. When life throws a hurdle at you, stay flexible with that shit. Move around that shit. Tao, okay? Taoism, right? Be the fucking water that flows around them rocks, baby. You know, goose fraba that shit. You know, be flexible is all I'm saying. Flexibility is going to be your friend when achieving goals. Now, that's a huge difference between being flexible with your goals, right? Like my goal checklist here, finish 5 short stories. That's what I did this month. Guess what? I didn't finish 5 short stories. I failed at that goal. I failed miserably, fell flat on my face, fucked it all up. I finished 3 short stories, okay? But I don't say, oh, I accomplished my goal. I'll say, well, that's good enough. I'm being flexible. Fucking flexible, you know. I can finish 3 stories. That's still fine. That was my goal. No, that wasn't my goal. Okay, I'll still write down I finished 3 stories this year. That's still a success, but that wasn't me achieving my goal. That doesn't go on the list of I didn't celebrate when I went out this weekend with my cutie pie and our friend Bundy, her brother Bundy. We didn't go eat pizza to celebrate me writing 3 stories. I went to finish my pizza because I hit 15% body fat. And that was my goal. And I actually achieved that goal. This I did not. So when I say flexible, you know, that doesn't mean giving yourself an excuse to say you succeeded in things you actually didn't. It just means be flexible with your schedule. You know, if you find out like, hey, this is my first day streaming at 11, you know, my first day streaming on fucking Twitter or X. Staying flexible, try different things out. Okay. Try out, you know, if you aren't achieving your goal, try out different things. Flexibility. It's important. That's all half measures means. Stay flexible. Couple different pieces of info I want to put on here. Other pieces of advice. Well, one specifically that I want to put is at the beginning, kind of goes with the first quarter playbook a little bit. They go hand in hand. Quantity over quality when you're first starting out. Okay. There's a huge debate. There'll always be a huge debate. I'm going to move over to my rant cam because that's what it's here for. It's for me to throw down some knowledge on these bitches. Okay. I mean, I don't know. This is just my opinion, right? Not really knowledge, just an opinion. It might help you. It might not. If it does, then good. I'm very happy about that. Okay. You need to, when you're in your first, there's a huge debate that's raging out there, right? Quality versus quantity. What's more important, right? Particularly when you're focusing on developing a new skill set, which one of these is more important to focus on, okay? And I have a real good friend named Sean. My friend named Sean introduced me to a study that was done where they measured this exact thing. And there's probably a lot of studies where they've done this. I only know of this one study, okay? So if other studies prove me wrong, go ahead and, you know, drop it in the comments how I'm a dumb asshole. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, at least give me the study that proves me wrong, though. That would be nice. I would really enjoy reading that if you have it. But this particular study set people up, 2 groups of people, group A, group B. Which group what is the best method for training people to be a good photographer? Take quality pictures, okay? Group A is going to focus on quality. So group A, for I think it was 3 months total, the people in group A were given, here is a list of metrics, quantifiable ways in which we can tell if a picture is good or not. Here's how to tell if a picture is good, okay? You need to take this list and apply it to every picture you take. And every day you need to take at least 2 pictures. Every day, okay? Take at least 2 pictures. And I don't think it was 2. It was more like 5, I think. At least take 5 pictures a day. But those 5 pictures that you take, you can take as many as you want, but you have to take at least 5. And at least 5 have to be good quality by these objective metrics. They have to be high quality pictures, okay? That is what you have to do every day. You have to take 5 high quality pictures every day. Second group, they still told them these are the metrics by which you measure whether or not a piece of photography is high quality. Okay. So they give them the metrics. They know what the metrics are, but they say you do not have to take any high quality pictures in a day. What you have to do is at least take 100 pictures in a day. And they don't have to be high quality, but you have to at least take 100 of them. They can be high quality. If you want to focus on quality, you sure can, but you have to get 100 pictures in a day of varying quality, okay? So I set those 2 groups up for 3 months, 6 months, something like that, to decide who's going to end at the end of this month, at the end of this time frame, who's going to be taking the best pictures, okay? Guess who? Guess who? I'll let you guess. Time. Okay, you took too long. It was group number 2, quantity. That's who ended up taking the best pictures, believe it or not. It was the quantity-based group. They ended up doing, I mean, essentially, this is what I've been harping on you guys about, repetition. They went out there, took tons of pictures, because they didn't have this focus on quality. It was less intense for them, right? There wasn't this like like, what is it, tension or this weight on their shoulders where this expectation where I have to be good, it's just like, no, I can have fun and take fucking pictures. And occasionally I'm like, ooh, you know what? I think this one is a good one, and take it. And yeah, hey, I finally got a good one. Okay. They still learned what the metrics were for a good quality piece of photography. And they still remembered it, and they were still able to implement it. But they were able to go out and take a lot more pictures. And because of that, they actually ended up taking more better quality pictures, easier, faster than the first group, which focused solely on quality. So you would think logic would tell you, common sense would tell you, well, the first group was the one that got the most quality photos because they're focused on quality, right? Wrong. Crazy enough, right? Sometimes common sense isn't so fucking common, right? Crazy enough, right? Hey, that blew my mind too, that it was quantity, okay? So when you are first learning a new skill set, when you're in your first quarter playbook, quantity over quality, repetitions. Go out there and just do the motherfucking repetitions, man. And with time, begin focusing on quality, right? So those are some tips from me to you for learning for helping achieve goals, specifically when it comes to skill set based goals. Mastery goals is what that first article called them, right? There's mastery based, performance based, career based, all the good bases, everything else, But when you're talking about skill set based goals, there's some advice that I think will help you. It helped me out. Okay. So in any case, there's that. Now I want to hop over to my goal list. Okay. This is my personal goal list from last month. This right here, I've been harping on it for the entire stream. Organization. Why is it important for you to know of these different types of goal? Know the difference between mastery goals and performance goals. Why is it important for you to know the difference between short-term and long-term? And the truth, like I said, is it really isn't. You don't really need to know what all these different types of goals are. You don't need to memorize 24 types of goals. What you need to understand is the concept of categories. You need to be able to break your goals down into different categories of goals. Goals for your social life, goals for your romantic life, goals for your personal health, goals for your career. You break down these different types of goals. You decide what a short-term goal and a long-term goal is to you. Again, for me, a long-term goal is 5 to 10 years, 2 years or more. That's not how that article defined it, but fuck do I care? Like, this is how I define it. That's important to me as long as I stay consistent with my definition, okay? Short-term goals, for me, anything below a year. This is a short-term goal, and that's how to find it. And there it is. You can decide whatever the fuck you want. This is all up to you. But you need to have categories. You need to have types of goals that you can categorize. And the reason why you need these categories, the reason why any categories are important in our world, organization, one of the reasons that are important, but it is incredibly important to be able to organize the information that we have in the world. It's important for you to be able to organize your goals. And we talked a little bit about that. That was what the entire aspect of breaking your 10-year goal down into 5, 7, 5, 2, itty bitty little baby steps. Okay. Breaking big goals down into baby steps. The whole point is to organize all of the goals that it takes to get to this endpoint, right? All of these different things you're going to have to achieve. You need to be able to visualize that. You need to be able to organize it. Okay. You need to be able to organize your goals according to time frames. You need to be able to organize your goals in respect to how relevant they are to the larger goal, things like that, right? So that's what we're talking about now. The organization of goals. That's the last really big piece of the puzzle that I have to give you that I think is worth your time to know. Combined with everything else I gave you guys, like reverse goal setting, understanding the why, diving deep into understanding why you have goals, SMART goals, that entire process. And I also have 3 other articles, this whole study, which was a great fucking study that I'm probably not going to get to because we're on almost 4 hours of my stream and I'm getting fucking hungry. This video, look at how excited this girl was to tell you about her goals, and she's probably not going to get to. That's so sad. She was so happy. You can tell. She did have a good video. And 10 benefits of goals right here, right? 12 evidence-based tips on how to set goals, excuse me. You know, we're probably not going to get to these 3 pieces of information. That's okay, though. I'll link all of that in the description of the YouTube video. So check out the YouTube video, especially this study. This study had some really good tips. And the thing is, it's a lot. Okay, you really got to dive in deep, man. Like I had 6, 7 different paragraphs worth of tips for you from this, okay? But we're probably not going to get to that. That's okay. That's fine. We got to a lot of other information. We really got through the most important things, right? Understanding SMART goals, understanding the benefits of goal setting, anyways, in general, why you need them, understanding that there is correct ways and more correct ways and less correct ways to set your goals. And a lot of that is subjective. It depends on how you respond to these particular methods for setting goals. Okay, so you got to go out, try different methods. I gave you some methods to try: reverse goal setting, SMART goals. I gave you 8 tips for your SMART goal setting. Then we went over the why, the power of the why, how that's important. So there's a lot of information. I gave you my personal tips. You have the neuroscience of goals. That's going to be on the YouTube page if you want to check it out. Her 3 science-backed based goals, which were pretty unique. And then I think these were kind of treading water, but still, you can go check them out on the YouTube channel. Now, the last big piece of information I can give you that I think is going to really benefited me, was knowing how to organize your goals. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I organize my goals. Not because I'm the motherfucking Kiyosabi of goal organization in this bitch, right? I have a black belt in goal organization. No, not because of that. This is just how it worked for me. Again, it's very subjective. And this is how subjectively it made sense in my brain and continues to make sense years later. Okay, so it might make sense for you. And it might not. You might look at it and you might be like, God, this guy is fucking retarded. That's okay. That's okay. I can be retarded to you. That's perfectly fine. Just the point is, this gives you something to look at, food for thought that will help you in deciding how you would like to organize your goals. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. One thing we didn't get into today because it was a little bit off topic, but would be worth you looking up in your spare time, is goal grids. Look up goal grids. That's a completely different way of organizing your goals. I did goal grids for a little while and it just wasn't my thing, but it works for a lot of people. It's a very popular way to organize your goals. You can look into it. Maybe I'll pop up a goal grids thing just to give you an image of it after we get done with this. But so how I organize my goals. Well, let's go ahead and we'll start in reverse, right? What were we talking about? Reverse goal setting. So as you see here, these aren't all the goals in my life. Okay. Bodybuilding, again, I just call it that. I don't know if you were here when I went over that, but I'm not actually a bodybuilder. It's just easier for me to write that out than weightlifting or personal health or whatever, right? So I just call it bodybuilding. Writing, investing, home. I just call my home goals. I just bought a home last year and have a lot of things that need to be fixed on the home. Want to fix it up. You know, this is my first home that I have. So I want this home to be a beautiful home, man. You know, I take a lot of pride in the space where I live. So this home that I'm in, it is a goal. I have a lot of goals for this home. And then my streaming, okay, streaming. So if we go up here, I have a lot more goals. If you keep looking, way more than just those 5, right? We're going, we keep going. Okay, I guess we stop. Okay, but there's my MMA and security goals for my security career, right? And then I have another document that has my personal goals, my social life goals, romantic goals, you know, just goals all over the motherfucking place. I told you, I'm a huge advocate of goals. I just spent 4 hours talking about them, okay? If that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. I fucking love goals, man. And so I have a lot of goals, okay? These are all what I would consider to be potential career-based goals, more or less, or goals that, I don't know, they're just these 5 goals that right now take a lot of precedent in my life, okay? And so we're going to go over these goals and how I set them up. They're going to be good examples. We're not going to dive into every single one of these little things, just really good examples of how I set them up, okay? So the way that I set these goals up is see where we're at now on the goal list is my short-term goal list. You will notice if we go down here, let's go to a better one. Okay, here we go. I have my goal that I need to achieve. Finish 5 short stories. Then I have the date to achieve it by 1 month. Okay, so there's specific, right? If we're looking at the SMART principles for goals, okay, the be specific, we have the what, and it's measurable, it's objective and quantifiable. 5 short stories, a number is always going to be your most quantifiable and objective unit of measurement, but there's others, okay? But quantify 5 short stories, pretty quantifiable. Time frame. Okay, give myself a time frame. I don't have the why on here. We'll get to that in a minute, okay? Then you see below that, I have edit 1 short story for my Substack and critique 2 short stories for somebody else. I do critiques online for other people's stories. It's a really good way to learn how to edit other people's stories. I got 2 months to finish that, okay? That's going to be my next goal at the beginning of July 1st, or Oh yeah, this is last month's. Okay, sorry. So that's my new goal for this month is to edit a short story for Substack and critique 2 more short stories. That's my goal for the end of this month. The end of last month's goal was to write 5 short stories. Okay. And then the goal after that, research how current top and my favorite horror writers have become successful and noticed, record this data to help me create a career plan and begin writing The Lonely Dark. The Lonely Dark is a novel that I have plotted out and planned for. That's going to start August 3rd. Okay. So I have to be started by my Lonely Dark book and have information data for how all of my favorite horror authors actually made their careers, what were big moments in their careers, so that I can potentially replicate that. That's going to actually help. That's the research we talk about. That's research that I'm doing that helps inform my 5, 7, and 10-year goals. But notice these are all short term. These are all within a year. This is my short-term goal list, is what this is that I'm showing you. I have a separate goal list where I'll have that starts at a year goal list. Okay, what's going to be my goal in a year? And then what's going to be my goal in 2 years? What's my goal in 3 years, 5 years? And I believe I got 7 and 10 and 12 is what I got, or 8, 10, and 12, I think is what I did. I went with like even numbers. I don't know, some shit like that. And so I got my long-term goals. Those long-term goals are the start. I break those down until I got a year-long goal. Then I take that year-long goal and I use that to write out 12 goals for this month. Okay. And as you can see, this short-term goal list, I've had it since 2021. This is 4 years I've been running on my writing goal list. So I have continuously came in, rewritten these short-term goals, add 12 of them at the beginning of every year. That's why this one right now, we're only on August 1st. I believe that must have been sometime. Well, look at my first goal that I achieved was in October 1st of 2021. So I probably created this list around August. So this would mark my 4th year of being on the list. That's why it ends at August 3rd. And notice I have suggestions for my next goals up here, right? I'll go back to my 1-year goal. If I accomplished it by August, then we know that those 12 steps that I got up to this point got me to that 12-year goal, right? Okay, so I do this with every single goal. This was my writing goal, okay? CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy goal, okay, down there. Let's go to MMA, and that one's currently on pause right now. So investing goal, okay, I have investments and I have goals for those investments, and there's my bodybuilding goal. I just finished cut at 15% body fat. That bitch got crossed off, okay? And if you notice, so I have all these different areas of my life that I have goals in, and these are all my short-term goals. I set my goals up, 12 areas of my life, okay? This is the organization, 12 areas of my life. Each area has a 10-year goal. Start with that 10-year goal, reverse plan all the way back down to a year-long goal. Save all of that planning in its own document and take that 1-year goal, break it down into 12 1-month-long goals, and I put it on this document for my short-term goal lists, okay? I get the date, I got the quantifiable measurement, finished with 15% body fat, hit 20% body fat. That was the month before. I killed that one. This month was finished at 15% body fat, okay? Set up programming, nutrition, compounds, diet, and MMA schedule for my cut, okay? So that is a quantifiable measurement. I know I have all of that set up when I have a plan for every one of these things. I know what my program is going to be for my cut. I know what my nutrition is going to look like, my compounds, my dieting, and I know what my MMA schedule is going to look like for this month, right? Once I have those schedules set, then I know I accomplished my goal. If I didn't have those schedules set by April 1st, guess what? March 1st, I didn't achieve my goal, right? So every goal is measurable. It has its what, it has its when, right down here. Now, what about the why? The why is a big thing that's missing from this document, is it not? Okay, the why I have on my long-term goals. Okay, we already went over my why for bodybuilding. If you weren't here for that rant, then definitely reverse back and check that rant out. Okay, because I use, personal stories. And again, it's not like cringe personal, like some people, they put like their personal information on the internet and it's super cringe. It's like, God, why would you say that in front of people? This is just giving you guys a story on how to find your why, right? How deep your why can go and the importance of finding a really deep why that really impacts your goals. I mean, look at every single goal that I've achieved on this list in 4 years. And I have every one of them saved, every one of them marked off. Okay. I've achieved a lot in the world of my physical fitness. Okay. And a lot of that is because of my why. Now, these whys I have burned into my brain for the most part, right? I already gave you the whole long explanation. And my whys are a little bit more than a sentence. My whys are deep. I got deep shit for my whys, deep cuts, right? This is deep lore for Tony. You know, you can go back and listen to it, but it was about a 5-minute rant. Okay. It's a 5-minute explanation why being in the gym and building muscle is so important to me. Okay. And it's not something you can really write down on a piece of paper, you know, if you listen to it. But I do have it written down on a piece of paper, the best that I can, write it down, and it's saved with my long-term goals. If I ever need to pick it up and look at it, I don't at this point in my goal setting journey. For you, that might be important. For you, that might be something you totally want, is to have a list of whys right there, print it off, sitting next to your chair. That might be important for you. If it is, again, I suggest doing that. For me, in my current goal, my current, what is the word, goal setting career, I guess, for lack of anything better to say there. What I print out is this, my current goals. So this was last month's current goals. Okay. There are the 5 goals in these 5 areas of my life that I have set up. And I have this sitting next to my king's chair, I call it, in my living room. Okay. Finish my cut at 15% body fat by June 1st. Notice they're each more or less a month. Sometimes you'll get a 2-month one in there or even a 3-month, but most of them are just 1 month. Killed it. Finished at 15.8% body fat. My goal is to finish in the 15% body fat range. So fucking nailed that one. Finished 5 short stories. Did not. Fucking utterly failed, miserably, ate shit at that goal. Only finished 3 short stories. And a big reason why, I already said it, I'm going to say it again, is I broke the chain. I didn't write every single day. Instead, I wrote every 2 or 3 days. Instead, I took 3 or 4 days to just brainstorm instead of write. And you can't do that. You just can't do that. And I know you can't do that. I know you can't do that because when it comes to writing, I have failed at a handful of goals that I didn't get to put on this goal list, these successes of mine. And every time I've ever failed them, it is because I wasn't consistently writing. Okay, so consistency is a really big deal. You know, I have finished a lot of goals. I finished a novel. I wrote a fucking novel. Like, that's a big goal. It's a shitty novel, but it was my first novel. I wrote it. Finished tons of writing classes. Finished, I don't know how many short stories. Oh my God. See, you got here. Finished 10 short stories. Finished, I Pray You Step in Dog Shit. That was a story that I wrote. Finished 20 short stories, finished 10 short stories, 5, 10, 2, 10. You know, I got a list of hundreds of short stories that I've written in the last 4 years. And I've achieved that much because I keep this goal list here, right? And when I'm really accomplishing my writing goals, it's because I'm writing every day. Yeah. So investing really fell off, man. This was an area of my life that I really just had to pull back on when I started streaming. It really became somewhere it's like, man, you know, the writing thing was important. I'm already not doing that every day. The investing thing, I just don't have the time to sit and run financial analysis numbers on corporations and companies to, you know, for my stock portfolio and things like that. I just don't have the time to do that. And it's fucked me pretty good, to be honest, man. I mean, I'm not horrible, but I lost about 20 grand in 2 or 3 months there, which was a real bummer. Obviously, I don't think I need to tell you that, but really sucked. I had a bond actually that went right down the fucking pooper, and it did because I wasn't paying attention on it. So the next month, you know, getting back into my investing stuff, my goal for last month was to get into the habit of researching investments and economics every day for at least 15 minutes. And guess what I didn't do? I didn't do that. That right there. I didn't fucking do it. So that's my goal for this month because I failed on that goal last month, right? Okay, home goal, finish clearing out needles and leaves in the back. I have a whole project with my yard. I'm not going to bore you with it, but got to clean out the leaves. You know, complete important monthly upkeep. Didn't have important monthly upkeep. Fix the roof. I didn't fix the roof. That was a bummer. AI streaming. I had a whole bunch of little things you could see here, right? This particular goal I wanted to point out. This is really what I was getting to. This goal is on my monthly goal list that sits right next to my king's chair. This, I actually took this goal and wrote it down in a separate notebook, weekly goals. Okay, so complete and set up another month of streams. That takes me usually 2 weeks. By the 2-week mark, I need to have all of my note cards and all of my web pages saved for, I have a whole list of note cards that keep me on track with when I'm sitting here talking to you guys. And I need to have all of that written out and done 2 weeks before my first stream for the next month. So have all of next month's goals set up within 2 weeks. Okay. Finish the foam paneling in my house. That needs to be done by the 3rd week of the month. Okay. Talk to my good friend Taylor, who's a fucking genius about with audio engineering. Talk to him about different mic setups that I'm looking at that might help with my voice and the sound in the room. So that was first week goal, update my BIOS and my computer system. First week goal, those things had to be done by the 1st week in the month. Set up my Instagram notifications and learn how to create chapters in YouTube. All those need to be done by the 4th week of the month. So you have first week goals in the month, 2nd week goals in the month, 3rd, and then 4th week goals. So I took all those goals, split them between 4 weeks, and had those on a separate piece of paper sitting next to, okay, now, you know, at this point, you can really see, one, how fanatic I am about goals. I fucking love goals, man. I love that shit, right? Some people, they fucking love hot dogs, okay? Some people love pizza. I love pizza. Pizza's quite nice. Pizza's really good. It's definitely on the top 5 list of things I love. You know, I love goals, dude. I love having goals. I love breaking down goals. Y'all do not have to do all of this. That's an important thing to say. Oh, balls, my fucking headphones are dying. You do not have to go this deep into setting up your goals where you got weekly goals, monthly, yearly, 10 years, you know, researching for your 10-year goal. You don't have to go that hardcore, man. If this is overwhelming, then dial it back. Don't got to do all this shit. You don't got to be hardcore like this, you know, and you can be not hardcore and still be very successful. This isn't necessary. This is just how I go about it because I fucking love doing it like this. You don't have to do that. You can have 2-month goals that lead up to your 1-month goal, and that's it. That's all you got. You don't have to break down into weekly goals. I don't break every goal down into weekly goals. This is the only one on last month that I had to break down into weekly goals. This month, my bodybuilding goal is broken down into weekly goals because I have so many things I need to accomplish. But you know, you don't have to do that. You don't have to break it down like that. You don't have to break it down into weekly goals. You don't have to break it down into monthly goals. You don't even have to go up to a 10-year goal. A lot of people don't. And I understand why a lot of people don't, because like we talked about earlier, you don't really know where you're going to be in 10 years. You know, the world's going to change in 10 years. A lot of shit happens. The goal that you might have for 10 years might not be viable at all, period, in 10 years. You know, and it's unfortunate, but things like that do happen. Some people just stick with 2-year goals. That's great, as long as it gets you sticking to some kind of organization. Really, that's the whole point. I'm not showing you my goals to brag. I can't really brag. I only accomplished really 2.5 of my 5 goals. So, you know, I only like 50% fucking failed that month, you know, whatever. The goals I did accept, you know, or achieve were pretty important to me. But I'm not giving you all this to brag. Look how fucking cool I am with my current goals because that's what cool guys do. Like, no, man, I'm just here to show you organization really is the point. Organization is what keeps you stuck with your goals, what helps you understand and envision what's going to happen. And envisioning future success is very important. If you haven't checked out my past video on the 4 habits of Navy SEALs, go check that out on YouTube. Guess what? That's habit number 2 of Navy SEALs is envisioning success. Okay. Visioning the pathway to success, what that's going to look like, what sort of problems you're going to run into, and learning how, envisioning yourself dealing with those problems in the most effective way possible. Going through that process of imagining how things are going to go prepares you for the unexpected. And organizing your goals into goal lists like this, 2 months, 1 month, 1 month, 2 months, year, 2 years, it does that. It forces you to imagine what you're going to run into, what goals you're going to have to achieve at what time, and what things could possibly stop you from achieving that. Okay. So it plays into that. Organization is important. Okay. So that's really the only reason I'm sharing my goals list with you guys. That, and to just also show, really, here's the crown jewel of it, is the current goal list that I print off every month and set next to my chair so I can see. It's very beneficial, in my opinion, to always have whatever your current goals are in front of you. You don't necessarily need to have your 10-year goal in front of you because it's 10 years away. But if you, whatever the smallest increment of goals is that you have, break it down. And as long as you have this goal list next to you, 99% of the time, you'll remember to do a little bit every day. Write it at the top of the page if you have to. Never break the chain. do a little bit every day, one baby step away, whatever you want to write on your fucking piece of paper that helps you remember, just so you have this piece of paper around and it reminds you to take steps towards your goals every single day. Okay. So that's the importance of organization. That's why I share this with you. Obviously, I'm not going to link my goals in the comment section on fucking YouTube because, you know, they're my goals. I mean, they're not super personal. Like, I can share them because there's nothing in here I'm like particularly like embarrassed about as far as like goals go. But again, we already talked about that. You can't give a fuck what people think about your goals or your value system. You know, you can take other people's advice, and it's good to have outside people in to help push you and to also let you know, like, no, what you're talking about is not achievable. Like, it's good to have those things, but don't let people morally make you feel like shit. Like, you fucking talk about here, what is it, buy a house? What a fucking loser. Who buys a house? You know, you can't listen to people who, you know, make moral judgments on whether or not it's okay for you to achieve this goal. You know, I mean, hey, okay, if the goal down here was kill somebody, kill my first victim, okay, well, you know, you probably aren't, you know, if I have that on my goal list, I probably don't think that's that big of a deal, but you know, I'm sure everybody else would. And then you have a good reason for being like, that guy's got some funky ass goals. He's a bit of a weirdo, right? But I'm not going to link this in the YouTube. Long story short, this was just here. I'll probably make a shorter video of just this section of the video and throw that on YouTube just so it's there to help you remind you how important organization is. That's really the only point. Now, we have this study here, gives us some really good quality tips for learning. Good quality tips for setting your goals. Good quality tips for changing your behavior to make your goals more achievable. I might add this onto another stream because it really is good information. I will definitely be linked on the YouTube channel though, whether I talk about it in a different stream or not. Miss Excited over here, Marguerite Foire Vlogs, very small channel. I really wanted to play her video because she's only got 500 subscribers, so I really wanted to hit her up. I'll give her a like on her video. Check her video out. It'll be in the link. The link will be in the description of my YouTube video. And you can't say no to this face, right? Go ahead and check her video out. It was a really good video. She deserves a like. And then 10 evidence-based tips for setting goals. All that will be linked in the description of the YouTube video. But aside from that, boom, we are done. There, Owski. That was my first day streaming at 11. Did a solid 4-hour stream. Pretty good. Got those motherfucking reps in, right? Yeah, first time streaming on Twitter, X, whatever it's called. First time doing that, which is dope. And I think it's still going. You know, we'll have to see if that ended up working out or not, because I haven't been paying attention to it. And I don't know if it got on my Twitter or my X or not, but we'll see. I'll figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and take some time to do that. I'm starving though. I need to get some food. Anybody who is watching this live, thank you very much for tuning in. I sincerely hope you learned something that is beneficial to you in your life. If so, fucking A, that's awesome. Go check the video. I'll have the video for this out on YouTube by the end of the week. So go check out my YouTube channel. If there was any points that you were missing on or would like to cover again, or you want to use any of those links, go hit it up, man. So it's there for you to use. I hope you got some benefit out of it. Thanks for joining the channel, watching the channel, whatever you did. Just thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Anybody who sees this on YouTube, I hope you enjoy the content as well. If you did, please leave a like, subscribe maybe. That helps the channel out immensely, obviously. I would greatly appreciate that. But if not, then no worries. Hopefully we see you around better next time. I'm always trying to improve my streaming and YouTube game. So maybe I'll catch you again and I'll have a little bit more skills next time. If you like Mental Health Mondays and this type of content, then check out my last 2 months worth of mental health videos on my YouTube channel. It's in a playlist called Mental Health Mondays. I make it super easy. You can't fuck it up. My next Mental Health Monday, which will be next Monday, is going to be the second part to my self-help book list. That was the biggest video I have on YouTube was this book. This video, it blew up, or at least comparison to how the numbers my other videos do. I got videos that got like 2 views. You know, that video got a few hundred views, which is nice. I was pretty excited about that. So I'm doing a part 2 to that. Part 1 was 4 out of my top 8 favorite self-help books. What we're going to be doing next Monday is my 4 top self-help books. Okay, so I read a lot of self-help books. I think the final tally was 40 some self-help books. These are my number 4 best ones. So if you'd really like to hear my opinion on them and dive into them in depth, check me out next Monday, 11 a.m. for Mental Health Mondays. I will be here and would love to have you join in on the stream and sit and chat with me too, by the way. I know we had a fella named Lucas who was chatting there for a while. I think he was just interested to see if I played League of Legends. Maybe he was looking for some League of Legends buddies. And unfortunately, I don't play League of Legends. So sorry, Lucas, if you're still there. My bad, broski. But in any case, yeah, so check me out next Monday for Mental Health Mondays. If you like, okay, so I'll be back here tomorrow. I stream every day, 5 days a week. I don't stream on Saturdays and Sundays. Tuesday, I call my Terrifying Tuesdays, and I go over some sort of spooky shit. Last time I streamed Terrifying Tuesdays, we went over the history of creepypastas. Again, that video was doing pretty good on YouTube, so if you like creepypastas, check that video out as well. Tomorrow will be Terrifying Tuesdays, and we'll be going over the FBI's most wanted list. So I did some research, looked into who started it, its history, and a whole bunch of fun statistics like who was the first person to ever get on the list, who was the longest running member of the list, who was the first person caught on the list, who was the shortest person on the list, right? Who did the worst? And I don't mean like who was the smallest, who was the midget on the list. I mean like who legitimately was the shittiest criminal and got caught the quickest. And then we have who was the biggest reward, the 10 worst fugitives, like in terms of the most messed up shit they did. And then we're going over everybody on the current 10 most wanted list. So we'll check all that out. It's some fun information, kind of entertaining, you know, obviously not mental health related, but more just for the sake of talking about interesting, kind of macabre, crazy shit. So if you like stuff like that, check me out every Tuesday at 11 a.m. I will see you guys there tomorrow for FBI's most wanted list. In the meantime, thank you all for showing up. I appreciate your support and hope you have a wonderful rest of your Monday, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.